Chicago.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560 The Answer. WIND Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app and on radio.com.
There will be a new Democrat on the debate stage. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Mike Bloomberg just qualified for tomorrow night's presidential debate in Nevada thanks to a just-out survey from NPR PBS.
This new poll by Marist University showing Bloomberg making the cut with 19% support. He had to reach 10% in 4 polls. 3 of them he had 10%. We are waiting on this one. He's got 19, so he's in.
Fox's Todd Pyro. That national poll has Bernie Sanders out in front with 31%. Then Bloomberg second at 19. Joe Biden's in third. A half hour ago, the Bloomberg campaign put out a statement that Mike is looking forward to joining the other candidates on stage. The Boy Scouts are now prepared for bankruptcy amid a flurry of hundreds of sex abuse lawsuits and membership that's less than half that it was in the 1970s. The Boy Scouts of America has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. China has confirmed 98 more coronavirus deaths. Fox's Simon Owen monitoring live from London.
And Dave, among the latest victims, the head of a hospital in Wuhan, the epicenter of the outbreak, Liu Zhiming, is at least the 7th health worker to be killed. China reporting more than 1,800 new infections today, but it says there are signs the virus spread may be slowing. There are new concerns, though, about what the outbreak might mean for the global economy. Apple becoming the latest company to warn of trouble, saying its sales will suffer because of slower iPhone production and weaker demand in China. Dave.
And Simon, of the 14 passengers who flew back to the U.S. from that quarantine ship in Japan, 13 have the coronavirus and are quarantined at a hospital in Omaha, Nebraska. A photo finish at NASCAR's Daytona 500 overshadowed by Ryan Newman's fiery crash at the end of the race.
I was right above it and looking down, and we seen him go upside down, but when he rolled and the car hit it and he went up again, it was like right in his window.
Newman was taken to a hospital with serious injuries, not considered life-threatening. Denny Hamlin won the race. America's listening to Fox News.
In Chicago this morning, we have 33 degrees. 5:02 on AM 560, The Answer, and good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Former Chicago public school teacher this morning is charged with sexually assaulting a 13-year-old boy and is due in bond court today. Police say Sarah Damian abused that teen between January 15th and March 8th of last year at a home in the 2400 block of North Kedzie Boulevard in Logan Square. The 33-year-old was arrested yesterday on the north side. Damian previously worked as a special ed teacher at Volta Elementary School in Albany Park. She was removed from her classroom last March. Authorities are investigating after a 17-year-old boy was shot on Chicago's far north side. The teen was walking last night in the 2300 block of West Jarvis when someone armed with a gun approached and fired shots. He was taken to St. Francis Hospital in critical condition. The teen shooting follows a weekend in Chicago where 11 children were severely wounded by gunfire across the city. A man is in critical condition following a single vehicle crash in Waukegan Township. Lake County Sheriff's Office tells us this morning the accident happened yesterday at Green Bay and Keith Avenue. The victim was found lying partially outside the vehicle, was transported to Advocate Condell Medical Center in Libertyville. That crash remains under investigation. No one is in custody this morning after authorities say guns were found in an SUV at the United Center before the NBA All-Star game. Police say an SUV pulled into the loading dock area of the arena Sunday night and stopped to be checked out by a bomb-sniffing dog. It detected a possible hit. Passengers were told to remain inside the vehicle. Instead, they got out and walked into the arena, claiming they were part of the halftime show. After the search, a backpack with 2 loaded weapons and boxes of ammunition were found in a backpack. The driver was armed but had valid concealed carry and FOID card paperwork on him. Authorities were unable to determine who the guns in the backpack belonged to. A local construction company owner is accused of lying about his business being minority-owned in order to get nearly $3 million in contracts from the Chicago Housing Authority. Federal prosecutors announced last week that Lester Coleman had been indicted on 3 counts of wire fraud. Coleman owned Coleman Development, which is a certified minority-owned business. However, prosecutors say Coleman subcontracted nearly all the work from 2010 to 2018 to a company that was not certified. A new bill in Springfield is proposing even further restrictions on legal gun owners in Illinois. Representative Jennifer Gershowitz introduced an amendment to the Firearms Owner Identification Card Act and the Illinois Insurance Code that would mandate gun owners to carry at least $1 million in liability insurance for accidental injuries by firearms. Now, you may recall the constitutionality of FOID cards will be decided by the Illinois Supreme Court sometime this spring. A Portage, Indiana business owner, Cleon Stutler Jr., was sentenced to 16 years in jail yesterday for the deaths of Peter and Amy Jackson in September of 2018. Stutler, who had 3 prior drunk driving convictions, was found to be driving twice the legal limit when he collided with the Jacksons' motorcycle at US 20 and Willow Creek Road. The Jacksons left behind 5 children ranging in age from 4 to 18. A little bit of broadcast history will be made when the Blackhawks host the Blues on March 8. For the first time ever, an NHL game will be broadcast and produced by a crew entirely comprised of women. Broadcasts will air across the country on the NBC Sports Network. Coinciding with International Women's Day, Kate Scott will call the play-by-play along U.S. Olympic gold medalist Kendall Coyne Schofield and A.J. Malesko. But come on, NHL, it's a Blackhawks game. You can't get Cammy Granato to fly in from Vancouver for the game? She's from Downers Grove and the greatest American woman to put on skates and pads. Come on, NHL, be a little smarter if you're going to try to make a mark on the game. Illinois visits 9th-ranked Penn State tonight. The Illini dropping out of the latest college basketball poll following 7 consecutive wins, then a 4-game losing streak. College hoops last night, Notre Dame edges North Carolina 77-76 on a last-second 3 by Nate Laszewski. Tonight, Northwestern is at 7th-ranked Maryland. Denny Hamlin wins the Daytona 500, edging out Ryan Blaney in double overtime. Blackhawks host the Rangers tomorrow. The news service of Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans. If you've got your head in the clouds about buying a home, Rocket Mortgage can help. You go from daydream to dream home. They've helped millions of Americans make their dream of home ownership a reality. They can help you too. Rocket Mortgage, push button, get mortgage. A check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager is amazed there are Republicans.
They ask, where are all of these Republicans coming from? And I do too. I ask the same question. You are lied to from kindergarten through graduate school because you are indoctrinated rather than educated, and somehow see through that?
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Do your employees complain about your 401k program? Has it been more than 6 months since your 401k advisor provided a plan review? Well, the 401k experts at Clear Financial Strategies offer ways to make your plan better. Internal company surveys show significant increases in employee 401k satisfaction after the fiduciary advisors at Clear Financial Strategies enter the scene. Clear Financial Strategies uses a process to help streamline enrollment, education, investment selection, and more that will free up time for human resources and restore employee confidence in their 401k plan. Additionally, because Clear Financial Strategies does not accept commissions or other conflicts of interest, your employees tend to see better account results due to lower costs and greater efficiencies. Go to clearfinancialstrategies.com to learn more about the firm. Then call Alan Broughton direct at 815-788-6092 to schedule a free, no-obligation appointment. Again, that's 815-788-6092. clearfinancialstrategies.com.
If you have pain, listen up. Dennis Prager here. You don't need to live in pain. Let me repeat that. You don't have to live in pain. Chronic pain is the worst, whether it's from an accident or pain that just develops. So, Chicagoland, you're in luck. Dr. Ken Candido is one of the nation's most respected and successful pain doctors. He's been voted one of Chicago's best pain doctors several times. Bottom line, he's the pain doctor you need. Dr. Candido of Chicago Anesthesia and Pain Specialists will help you get off pain medication and all of its side effects. How? By finding the source of your chronic pain and fixing it.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. Let's make you pain-free.
Call Dr. Ken Candido and make an appointment with a cutting-edge, respected, and successful pain physician. Go to mypainchicago.com. That's mypainchicago.com. Thousands have been helped with their chronic pain, and you can be the next one. Get the phone number and all the info you need at mypainchicago.com.
Now some better news brought to you by Canada Dry. Traffic's the worst, so grab a can of Canada Dry Ginger Ale and imagine instead you're gently floating through the cosmos on a soft, comfy recliner. Next time, relax with the real ginger taste of Canada Dry.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, and your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com.
5:10. Let's get a check on the roads in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center this morning. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Traffic conditions look pretty good right now on this Tuesday morning following a Monday holiday. Do expect some congestion at O'Hare this morning, though right now things look pretty good on the Kennedy Expressway in both directions, also on 190 at the airport. No issues on the Edens right now. The Eisenhower is fine. No problems or delays to report on the Stevenson. The ride is clear. I-57 inbound. There's some work at 167th. That's wrapping up. Outbound, right lane closure. The Calstag Channel Sibley scheduled till 6 this morning. Bishop Ford is fine right now. No problem to report on the area tollways. I-80 looks great. Northwest Indiana's fine. That's traffic. I'm Jim Alamonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Jim must be on the Ron Majors vacation plan. Chicago's Morning Answers starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center and our meteorologist, Steve Williams.
Considerable cloudiness this morning. Some breaks of sun by the afternoon. Breezy day. High today 38. Clear tonight with a low 15, and then partly sunny, chilly tomorrow. The high tomorrow at 28. Sunny and cold Thursday, high 24. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
38 O'Hare, 38 Lakefront, 35 Lansing. Your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts next on AM 560, The Answer.
Stop wasting energy. There's a better way. Your company could be receiving energy efficiency incentives by recycling waste heat from on-site power generation equipment and turning it into useful energy. The federal government is pushing utility companies to be more efficient. In turn, utility companies are offering incentives for your business. Charles Equipment can help get you up and running with cogeneration, also known as CHP, Combined Heat and Power, a clean and efficient way to generate heat and power. CHP systems can supply at least a portion of a building's electrical load and capture waste heat from hot exhaust gases for use in heating, cooling, hot water, and dehumidification. Charles Equipment can install and manage the cogen equipment at your facility and help your energy use become 70 to 90% more efficient. Start making better, more energy efficient decisions and save money in the process. Call Charles Equipment 630-834-6000 or online at charlesequipment.com. Reliable industrial generators. They've got the power.
Daily stress is a big deal. Fact is, the terrible impact of stress is very deadly and shortens our lives. Stressed individuals attract diseases, just like blood in the water attracts sharks. Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba. I'm the show host of Health Quest Radio, the longest-running health news and science show in Chicago. And for over 33 years, we share practical concepts from a natural healthcare perspective to minimize the need for all those dangerous drugs and risky surgeries. Today, it's our dirt-cheap adrenal stress index test. No blood, just spit. You know, most people flunk on their first go-around signaling adrenal gland distress. And then following our stress-busting strategies, most individuals pass their second test test with flying colors. So if you can spare a little spit, call and purchase your first Dirt Cheap Adrenal Stress Index test, and we'll hold that same special low price for your follow-up test. Call 800-794-1855. You can't get any cheaper than Dirt Cheap. 800-794-1855. And be sure to tune in to Health Quest Radio this Saturday morning at 11.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So as expected, Bloomberg will be in tomorrow night's debate in Nevada. It appears that gloomy Caesar Mike and Bolshevik Bernie will have a lot to discuss because they've been discussing a lot through digital ads. Bernie out at the Tropicana in Vegas.
Oh, nice.
A little confab had this to say.
And say to you that regardless of how much money a multi-billionaire candidate is willing to spend on his election, we will not create the energy and excitement we need to defeat Donald Trump if that candidate pursued, advocated for, and enacted racist policies like stop and frisk, which cause communities of color in his city to live in fear. We will not defeat Donald Trump with a candidate who in 2015 stated, and I quote, "I, for example, am not in favor, have never been in favor of raising the minimum wage." We will not defeat Donald Trump with a candidate who opposed modest proposals during Barack Obama's presidency to raise taxes on the wealthy while advocating for cuts to Medicare and Social Security. We will not defeat Donald Trump with a candidate who, instead of holding the crooks on Wall Street accountable, blamed the end of racist policies such as redlining for the financial crisis. The simple truth is that Mayor Bloomberg, with all his money, will not create the kind of excitement and energy we need to have the voter turnout we must have to defeat Donald Trump.
Tell me when to wake up.
That wasn't a lot of energy in that room. Yeah.
And Biden was echoing the same thing, but in a shorter, more energetic clip.
He can't, in fact, wipe away his record on everything from dealing with stop and frisk to his foreign policy assertions and the like.
Yeah, I forgot he was in the race.
Yeah, who?
Not a lot of energy in that room, but there were 12,000 people that turned out for Bernie in Colorado. So there's still a lot of energy behind his campaign.
And he had a huge rally in California last night, too.
And recent polling has Bernie leading Nevada right now and within striking distance in South Carolina. So if Nevada falls to Bernie and that momentum continues, then Joe Biden, again, may not make it to Super Tuesday.
Yeah, while you were sleeping, an NPR poll was released. Bernie, 31%, Bloomberg, 19%, Biden, 15%, Warren, 12%, Amy Klobuchar, 9%, and Mayor Pete's only coming in at 8%.
That's a national poll.
A national poll, yeah.
Which doesn't matter.
Well, I thought this mattered in order to get Bloomberg on the debate stage.
Well, it matters.
Tomorrow night.
It's right. I mean,
this is what
they've already
but
cooked.
Is he going to take it?
They've already cooked the books for him to be on that debate stage, and
it's a ratings grab for NBC. They're not going to have the debate without him. No one would listen. No one would tune in because now I'm going to watch.
So he's in, and some of that debate may be Bloomberg versus Bloomberg because that's been what what's taken up a lot of time with his candidacy, and there's just more of it every day. There is a new Bloomberg instant classic from a couple years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, covering the full gamut of offensive things particularly to identitarian voters, and that's a big chunk of that Democratic primary vote. So yesterday we had a couple of new offerings. One is Bloomberg, for all of his effort to, talk about black and brown people and the way that the identitarian politician talks about other human beings, black and brown, and the antiseptic one-dimensional way that leftists talk about other human beings. Listen to him, Bloomberg, from a little less than a decade ago, talking about the problem with young Black and Latino men.
Oh, no.
Cohort of Black and Latino males aged, let's say, 16 to 25 that don't have jobs, don't have any prospects, don't know how to find jobs, don't know what their skill sets are, don't know how to behave in the workplace where they have to work collaboratively.
Oh, 312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line.
Now, I hate to be fair to Caesar Mike, but I'm going to be.
Okay, was that taken out of context?
Well, it's the same thing he mentioned on that tape from the Aspen Institute where he talked about stop and frisk and throwing people up against a wall. It's not exactly a sensitive word choice, but he's talking about young people who are not in school, who are engaged in, criminal or less than productive activity, who don't have job prospects for a variety of reasons, some of which are socioeconomic and familial, meaning they didn't have access to a good school, they don't have a support structure in terms of family at home, and so they're sort of adrift. I don't think it was so much that he's singling out black and brown versus white people who are in the same position, white kids in the same position in poor white neighborhoods or poor white communities in rural America. But the way it comes across certainly is going to provide a lot of fodder to his opponents, including Bernie, who also, as you heard him say, suggests that stop and frisk was racist. So that by definition, that means Bloomberg's racist.
Well, was he taken out of context when he talked about farming and how easy and simple it is to just farm?
Anybody, even people in this room, so no offense intended, to be a farmer. It's a process. You dig a hole, you put a seed in, you put dirt on top, add water, up comes the corn. Then we had 300, you could learn that. Then you have 300 years of the industrial society. You put the piece of metal on the lathe, you turn the crank in the direction of the arrow, and you can have a job. And we created a lot of jobs. 98% of the world worked in agriculture. Today, it's 2% in the United States. Now comes the information economy. And the information economy is fundamentally different because it's built around replacing people with technology, and the skill sets that you have to learn are how to think and analyze. And that is a whole degree level different. You have to have a different skill set. You have to have a lot more gray matter.
The farmers that I spoke with love to see him spend a day on the fields. See if he could handle it, because it's more than just digging a hole, planting a seed, covering dirt on top of it, and make sure it's watered.
Yeah, well, of course it is. And this is very much consistent with Aaron Rupar over at Vox.com, who scoffed at Trump when Trump talked about farming and connectivity issues with respect to broadband in rural areas. They have no idea what they're talking about and no interest in getting an understanding, which is sort of odd when, as I understand it from the Illinois Farm Bureau, each farmer is responsible for feeding 165 families. Mm-hmm. So you would think that somebody in an industry that has that sort of responsibility and such a huge industry in this country, you would think that you'd want to be a little bit more educated on the topic area, particularly if you plan to make public policy.
Well, it just sounds like a New York snob, okay?
Well, right, and it turns out too things like internet connectivity to tractors that they've been using GPS. I mean, have you seen some of these this farming equipment?
Yeah, they're millions of dollars. I mean, they're very expensive and advanced.
So they use technology to be more efficient with respect to planting and other aspects of farming. I don't pretend to be an expert in farming, but all you have to do is stay up on things even a little bit, and you wouldn't make the sort of ignorant statements that Bloomberg makes, that Aaron Rupar made at Vox.com. But again, that would require taking an interest in people's lives outside of the coasts, and that's not something that they're so interested to do. So there you go. So now you got a new bite for black and Latino men, young men. You got the farming hit. This is just in the last 24 hours. You also have Bloomberg on old people.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Bloomberg on old people. He very much has the same position as Zeke Emanuel, sort of the Zeke Emanuel bedside manner. If you show up with prostate cancer and you're 95, we should say, go and enjoy, have a nice day, live a long life. There's no cure and we can't do anything. If you're a young person, we should do something about it. This was Michael Bloomberg at a campaign stop talking to Jewish voters.
Oh.
Yeah. So there's that. Do we have that here?
I don't know.
And what things they can fix right away. You know, if you're bleeding, they'll stop the bleeding. If you need an X-ray, you're going to have to wait. That's just, and all of these costs keep going up. Nobody wants to pay any more money. And at the rate we're going, healthcare is going to bankrupt us. So not only do we have a problem, it's going to bankrupt us. And we've got to sit here and say which things we're going to do and which things we're not. Nobody wants to do that. You know, if you show up with prostate cancer and you're 95 years old, we should say, go and enjoy, have a nice meal, lead a long life. There's no cure, and you can't do anything. If you're a young person, we should do something about it. Society's not willing to do that yet. So we're going to bankrupt us, and we're not looking at...
Well, the question I would pose to Bloomberg on the debate stage tomorrow night would be, talk a little bit more about what the cutoffs are between young and old and which diseases will and won't be treated under a Bloomberg rationing plan, since you and everybody on the stage are all in the business of government controlling our health insurance and by extension our health care. So where are those bright lines of rationing that a Mike Bloomberg, a President Bloomberg would draw? That would be interesting. And then there's the perhaps most disturbing piece of all in just the last 24 hours.
What could else be?
2007, P.L. Travers was rolling in her grave when Bloomberg appeared on stage dressed as a male Mary Poppins.
What?
Yes, Bloomberg as a male Mary Poppins.
I'll tell you where I'm going. First, Iowa, then New Hampshire. Maybe I can get the whole country to behave.
And then you really have to watch the video because he's on wires and he's whisked away.
Whisked away. Did he get dance lessons from Mayor Emanuel? Possibly.
That's a good question.
I mean, they look alike. They have the same, physique.
That foreshadowing from 13 years ago about a presidential run is also interesting. Maybe I can get the whole country to behave. That's exactly what I think of when I think of Bloomberg.
Yep.
He is going to...
Tyrant.
He is, yeah. He
Well, it's his way or the highway. It reminds me a lot of Rahm Emanuel.
He's got a little bit of
little dictators.
Little authoritarian streak in him. Mike in Crown Point, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, guys. Not to defend Bloomberg, but Bernie Sanders should think about what were the conditions in the public high schools and the welfare state housing and so forth that created these conditions where you have so many young people who have poor educations, no outlook, bad attitude, criminal backgrounds, and so forth. I think the welfare state has a lot more to do with it than Mike Bloomberg.
Well,
Thanks.
For sure. Thanks for the call. No question. But the good news is that Lori Lightfoot is going to eradicate poverty in Chicago within a generation, and then we're going to be able to scale that nationally.
Yay.
Lewis on the south side.
Good morning, Dan. Good morning, A.B.
Morning.
I have a comment about Bloomberg. Open mouth and insert foot. Bloomberg is his own worstest opponent with the comments that he's been making. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Lewis. Well, yeah, I mean, all these things that he said when he was Little Lord Fauntleroy in New York are coming back to haunt him, no question.
And he can't hide anymore. It's going to be great.
Craig in Mount Greenwood.
Hey, good morning, Dan. Maybe there's so much I could share with you about like the different trades and everything, especially hit on a couple of them with the machinists and everything about how smart these guys are. But let me hit the farmer because I know some farmers in that. These guys are amazing. They take care of all the stuff on their property and all that stuff. They even mechanically taking care of equipment, fixing stuff, putting up buildings on their property. Most of them they can weld. They do everything. They're really smart and they're strong. And they get up real good work ethic. I mean, this guy Bloomberg is such a arrogant little pea ant kind of guy. This guy is disgusting and everything. You talk about a small baller, man. this guy, he doesn't even have the brains to realize what goes into all these different things that he talks about. And
Thanks for the call, Craig. Appreciate it. Yeah, not exactly Paul Harvey on farmers there, Mike Bloomberg. John in Evergreen Park.
Hey, Dan, doesn't Bloomberg remind you of the doctor in Lost in Space, Zachary Smith?
Doctor,
A little bit.
Yes.
A skinnier version of him, a
The
little
most
shorter
obnoxious,
version.
elitist person?
Yeah, he does. He does sort of a little dandy. Yeah, he does. He does. That's pretty good. Thanks for the
They
call,
have the
John.
same facial structures, a little bit.
He needs a robot.
Oh.
Mike Bloomberg. Maybe Mannequin Pete will serve that role.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're worried about your cholesterol, hear how others are taking charge with Garlic.
My doctor said my cholesterol was borderline, but I've been taking Garlic, and it works.
I've been taking Garlic for years.
My pharmacist recommended Garlic. He said there's an ingredient in garlic that helps maintain healthy cholesterol.
I take Garlic every day. No garlic breath. Lots of people like you are choosing Garlic to help maintain a healthy cholesterol. Garlic, it's cholesterol's natural enemy. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Asthma symptoms can attack anywhere, like on a city street. Now, you can get fast relief anywhere with new improved Primatene Mist, the only FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. So whether you need relief of symptoms at the park or at your kitchen table, Primatene Mist starts working quickly, opening up your airways to restore free breathing. For temporary relief of mild symptoms of intermittent asthma, use Primatene Mist and breathe easy again. Available at CVS, Rite Aid, and Walgreens. Use as directed.
AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Alan Dershowitz, a bit of a bombshell on Sunday on Breitbart Radio, talking about what President Obama did while he was president. That's at 5:38.
And later, the death toll is rising in China, and they're burning cash in China to stop the spread of the disease. We'll explain. But first, let's get into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
38 degrees at 5:31. Heavy rain falling for weeks across America's Southland. Now swamping parts of Mississippi and Tennessee. Hundreds in Jackson have watched their homes flood and get swept away as the Pearl River crested higher than it has in nearly 40 years. Former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg will be on stage for Wednesday's Democrat presidential debate. The billionaire businessman qualified for that debate on the strength of his rising poll numbers, at least according to an NPR PBS NewsHour Marist poll, which shows Bloomberg with 19% support. Former VP and 2020 Democrat presidential candidate Joe Biden held a town hall in Reno, Nevada, and went after Vermont independent Senator Bernie Sanders and his voting record on guns.
One of the guys running in this party voted for that through 5 times against background checks. I don't quite get it.
The presidential candidates continue to barnstorm through Nevada ahead of Saturday's caucus. NASCAR driver Ryan Newman is in a Florida hospital after a fiery crash on the final lap of yesterday's delayed Daytona 500. NASCAR Executive Vice President Stephen O'Donnell read a statement from Roush Racing after the crash.
Ryan Newman is being treated at Halifax Medical Center. He's in serious condition, but doctors have indicated his injuries are non-life-threatening. We appreciate your thoughts and prayers and ask that you respect the privacy of Ryan and his family during this time.
42-year-old from South Bend, Indiana, was in the lead when his car was nudged and sent veering, slamming into a wall. The car then flipped over and caught fire. Boy Scouts of America officially fired for Chapter 11 bankruptcy overnight. It's a sign the 110-year-old organization's financial instability continues to grow as it faces hundreds of lawsuits who say Scout leaders sexually abused them when they were boys. Pier 1 Imports looking for a sale after filing for bankruptcy. The company is asking for Chapter 11 protection and comes as Pier 1 is closing up to 450 stores. Former Chicago Public Schools teacher is charged with sexually assaulting a 13-year-old boy last year and is due in bond court today. Police say Sarah Damian abused that teen between January 15th and March 8th of last year at a home along North Kedzie Boulevard in Logan Square. MASH actress Kelly Nakahara Wallet has died after a brief battle with cancer. She was 72. You might know her better as Lieutenant Nurse Kelly Yamato on MASH. Illinois visits ninth-ranked Penn State tonight. The Fighting Illini dropping out of the latest college basketball poll after a 4-game losing skid. 5:34 is our time. We'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity can't believe we are where we are.
It's just every question is answered. This is what's so frustrating to me, watching all of this shift show. How is it even possible we are here? How is this possible? Especially knowing all that we know. It shouldn't be.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
A business needs to be built on a great foundation, one with the framework of integrity and tradition. Chapel Design Build delivers just that, providing design build and general contracting services using Butler Steel Building Systems. Their projects dot the landscape from O'Hare to DeKalb. You see their work in office and warehouse additions, recreational facilities, large-scale distribution centers, and manufacturing plants all over northern Illinois. Partnering with Butler Steel Buildings, Chapel Design Build has developed an extensive subcontractor base and valuable market knowledge to get your quality-built project completed on time and on budget, ensuring your project is a success for your business and one that you will be proud of for years to come. The goal is to build lasting relationships with their clients using buildings that last from Butler. Get started on your next building project built with Butler Steel. Visit chapeldb.com. That's Chapel D as in design, B as in build.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Individual results vary. Exclusions apply.
Contacts and glasses are such a hassle. I'd love to finally get LASIK, but
I'm going to stop you right there. If you want LASIK, then the LASIK Vision Institute has officially taken away everything standing in your way.
Isn't LASIK expensive?
Not at the LASIK Vision Institute. We're offering dramatically low prices, as low as $220 per eye, and an absolutely free consultation. See for free if LASIK is right for you by texting LIKE to 350350.
But I'm really busy.
A text only takes seconds. The LASIK procedure typically only takes 15 minutes, and most patients can get back to work the following day. The LASIK Vision Institute uses the latest FDA-approved LASIK technology that helps the majority of patients achieve 20/20 vision for as little as $220 per eye. Dr. Greenberg has performed 75,000 laser eye surgeries and is one of the most experienced LASIK surgeons in Chicago.
What's that text again?
Text LIKE to 350350. That's LIKE to 350350 to schedule your free consultation today.
It's open enrollment season, and Medi-Share is a Christian healthcare sharing ministry that saves most families about $500 a month. Google Medi-Share and see if it is a fit for you.
It's 5:36 in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center. Here's Jim Telemonti.
We have some problems on northbound I-55 in the Shorewood area. Traffic is jammed from past 52 past Black Road. There's a collision there. 2 left lanes are blocked. Elsewhere, for now, it's still fairly quiet on this Tuesday morning. Starting to see a little more congestion on 190 approaching O'Hare. Expect some activity there at the terminal area on this Tuesday following holiday Monday. The Edens Expressway looks fine. No delays to report on the Kennedy yet. The Eisenhower is good. No problem to report on the Stevenson, the Ryan, or I-57. Fisherport inbound. Traffic starting to build just a little approaching the merge. No heavy delays yet. Tollways are fine. It's traffic. I'm Jim Alamonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center. A breezy, cloudy morning, and then sun and clouds this afternoon. High 38, mainly clear and cold. 15 overnight. 37 right now at O'Hare. Your next news update is at 6, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 The Answer online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560 The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. 1,100 DOJ employees, past and present, signed a letter calling on Bill Barr to resign and so on and so forth.
They're going to have an emergency meeting or something goofy.
I talked about it yesterday with Andy McCarthy, who provided some context. The context being that represents about 1/10 of 1% of the employees at DOJ, past and current.
Yeah, and he said in a hot second, you can get 1,100 people to write favorable letters about Bill Barr.
Yeah, if you want to be in the petition business, right? Yeah. So the issue, of course, is the politicization of DOJ, the hand-wringing that's going on now. Oh, heavens, the politicization of DOJ because of Trump's tweeting and Barr's decision-making. Byron York has a good piece about it in the Washington Examiner. Hey, look who's complaining about investigations now. Just how did the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane investigation into the 2016 presidential campaign get started? What led the FBI to look into whether Trump was working on behalf of Russia? Why did justice use an ancient, never-enforced law as a pretext to interrogate then NSA Michael Flynn? These are, of course, questions that Special Counsel Durham is looking into, an investigation, the results of which are forthcoming. But the response to the Durham investigation into all these legitimate questions is nicely encapsulated by the likes of former U.S. Attorney Gregory Bauer, who told the Washington Post, "The power to investigate is the power to destroy. The ability to simply point to a pending investigation against a person can have devastating effects on that person and can have a potential political benefit to the person orchestrating the investigation." Oh, well, golly gee, does that go in both directions? U.S. Attorney Brower? I mean, the Mueller investigation and all of the other concurrent investigations from the Southern District of New York to the congressional investigations into Trump that were without merit and without evidence at each turn. NBC's Chuck Todd. President Trump appears to now be using his power with an assist from the Justice Department to exact revenge on some perceived political enemies. Anderson Cooper, weaponizing the Justice Department against perceived enemies. So you hear the echoing reverberating through the echo chamber. As per usual, everybody reads from the same script. Where were they when the Steele dossier burst onto the scene in January 2017? Asks Byron York. Where were they when the public learned the FBI, using false information, wiretapped Carter Page? A process that Christopher Wray, the current FBI director, now accurately describes as fraudulent. Where were they when the Justice Department cooked up the idea of Flynn violating the Logan Act? Now, all of a sudden, that those investigations and the effort to remove the president has failed to this point. Now they're worried about protecting their own backside. So they're decrying investigations led by the Justice Department. And frankly, this was the point from the beginning, was to try to delegitimize Barr and justice, to delegitimize whatever results may come from this investigation. This is not to say that Trump's tweeting necessarily helps in these instances, because it doesn't. It didn't help in the McCabe matter. It didn't really help in the Stone case either. He's entitled to do so. It's within his authority to do so, to comment on these cases. But because it's within your authority doesn't mean that you necessarily have to exercise it. Well, now think about all of that and the hand-wringing over politicization of DOJ, and listen to what Alan Dershowitz had to say in an interview on Sunday with Breitbart Radio.
There was a lot of White House control over the Justice Department during the Kennedy administration, and I don't think we saw very many liberal professors arguing against that. I have some information as well about the Obama administration, which will be disclosed in a lawsuit at some point, but I'm not prepared to disclose it now, about how President Obama personally asked the FBI to investigate somebody on behalf of George Soros, who is a close ally of his. We've seen this kind of White House influence on the Justice Department virtually in every Justice Department. The difference is this president is much more overt about it. He tweets about it. President Obama whispered to the Justice Department about it. And I don't think these 1,000 former Justice Department officials would pass the shoe on the other foot test. Maybe some of them would, but a good many of them wouldn't. And let's be very clear about the constitutionality. The president could make a decision to really control the Justice Department. He could decide who to prosecute, who not to prosecute. He shouldn't do it. It hasn't been done since Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson did do it. We've seen this throughout our history.
You said that George Soros asked Barack Obama to have his Justice Department investigate somebody?
That's going to come out in a lawsuit in the near future, yeah. That is not unusual. People whisper to presidents all the time. Presidents whisper to Justice Department all the time. It's very common. It's wrong. Whoever does it, but it's common, and we shouldn't think that it's unique to any particular president. I have in my possession the actual 302 form, which documents this issue, and it will, at the right time, come out, but I'm not free to disclose it now because it's a case that's not yet been filed.
So what do all those clutching their pearls in the Beltway big government press corps say about that? And Dershowitz being specific about the evidence he claims to have, 302, that describes Obama moving to have the DOJ investigate somebody at Soros's behalf. That's an explosive charge. But he points out the routine nature of the executive exercising his influence within the executive branch. And by the way, that's where the Department of Justice resides, within the executive branch. Totally agree with Dershowitz's analysis. The president should leave DOJ to be independent so that Americans can have faith that the top law enforcement official in the nation is abiding our culture of equal protection before the law, certainly our aspiration, if not always the execution of it, equal justice before the law and equal protection under the law. But the idea that Trump inveighing on a pending case or sentencing recommendation is somehow beyond the pale, it is foreign to our politics, is bull jive. Complete, unadulterated bull jive. Doesn't make it right, doesn't make it helpful, but the story that the D.C. press corps is telling and the whining that they're doing is totally fallacious. It's a total put on. So consider that in the context of the calls for Barr's resignation and the legitimacy has been lost and DOJ is hopelessly politicized and so on and so forth, which you've been hearing over the last 72 hours, from Friday into the weekend. I'll tell you, since we're on the topic, and since we're just a few weeks away from primary election here in Cook County, one area of discretion that should have people focused in urban centers is on the so-called Progressive Prosecutor Project. We have one here. Her name's Kim Fox. They have one in San Francisco, we've discussed, in Philadelphia. These are Soros. Oh, Soros rears his head again. And just think, just as a quick aside, think what the reaction would be if it came out, if Adam Schiff had a 302 detailing how President Trump asked Barr or Sessions before him to investigate somebody at the behest of, say, one of the Koch brothers or some other mega donor. What the reaction would be. End of the Republic. So I'm looking forward to Dershowitz proving up on what he said and what the reaction then is from that Beltway press corps, those guarantors of our liberties, the fourth estate that keeps the powerful in check. My arse, they do. I mean, if they're fellow travelers, they do not. That's the stipulation. And speaking of being part of gaming the system at your expense, excellent piece by our friend that we talked to yesterday, Andy McCarthy, about the Progressive Prosecutor Project in Commentary Magazine. And this is in part the George Soros funding these candidates for regional attorney posts, prosecutor posts in big urban centers. Writes McCarthy, The key to understanding the Machiavellian brilliance of the Progressive Prosecutor Project is this. As a matter of constitutional law, no legislature or court has the power to order a prosecutor to charge any crime against any person. In our system, prosecution is exclusively an executive call. Practically speaking, short of voting a rogue district attorney out of office, there is no remedy for abusive discretionary omissions. Decisions not to prosecute. We talk about prosecutorial misconduct, but it's exclusively in the area of decisions to prosecute they did make, almost exclusively in that area. Jussie Smollett may be, one of the few examples to the contrary. But what is the remedy for Kim Foxx choosing not to prosecute effectively? Well, it's at the ballot box if there's going to be one, and in Cook County there won't be one. McCarthy continues, to be sure, if a prosecutor performs some affirmative illegal act while enforcing the law, there are legal remedies available. Motions to suppress evidence, lawsuits against the government, potentially even prosecution. But omissions are a different story. It is nigh impossible to force prosecutors to take enforcement action. Thus, a willful district attorney has enormous power to install non-prosecution as the default policy. This is the Machiavellian brilliance, because this is the culture that Kim Foxx and her cohorts in places like San Fran and Philly are instituting. It's a culture of non-prosecution for crime. That's what's actually happening. The agenda here is to obstruct prosecution itself. Prosecution is the problem. For example, he leads the piece with this. The newly minted DA for a major American city vows to establish an immigration unit. At first blush, that would seem entirely normal for a prosecutor's office. Immigration laws require enforcement. Prosecutors are in the law enforcement business. But no, the new San Fran DA actually has in mind an immigration defense unit. He wants to assign a staff of prosecutors to protect undocumented persons at taxpayer expense, those who are either illegal and thus deportable to begin with, or for whom a criminal conviction could result in a loss of lawful status and thus eventual deportation. The unit's enforcement target is not the violators of the law, it's ICE, who enforce federal laws, along with any local police, corrections official who assist ICE in that endeavor. Do you see how this is being turned on its head? McCarthy goes on, that kind of immigration unit is not something you expect to find in a district attorney's office, but of course neither would you expect upon this new DA's election in San Francisco, a victory party marked by ear-splitting chants of FPOA. POA is the Police Officers Association in San Francisco. Is it any different in Chicago? The non-prosecution culture, the bond reform in New York, the bail reform at the state level that's resulted in even something de Blasio concedes, an increase in crime at the city level in New York City. What we have here with non-prosecution, incarceration, or always providing bail, monitoring so that people who are accused of violent crimes, even repeat felons, are back on the street while awaiting trial, and then they commit more acts of violence, as we've seen happen before, as we've talked about cases. The non-prosecution culture at the regional level in big urban centers. This is an under-discussed story that should be part of a discussion about crime in America. Maybe Mike Bloomberg wants to have that one. Jim in Sheboygan, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
So Dan, you're touching on it. Soros, wherever he goes, he sows chaos. But what's his end game? What's the agenda? And immigration. He's going to go after immigration. He's just going to sow chaos in the big cities, which are Democratic areas. I don't understand, or I don't see what the end game is. And I know Barr has recently talked about going after sanctuary cities, so maybe he's looking to tamp down on this. But I just don't see where this is going to go. I'll take your answer off.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Jim. Where does this go? This is about creating constituencies, locking down the big cities, locking down people by identifiers like race to be dyed in the wool for the Democrat socialists. It's about political power. What do you think? It's not about law enforcement. It's not about public safety. It's not about improving the quality of life for urban denizens. It's not about renewing neighborhoods beset by violent crime. So what else could it be about? Political power. Core constituencies, majorities. And it's also the perfect deflection from the vulnerability that urban big government Democrat socialists have. What's their vulnerability? Performance. What has happened over the last half a century to a century in the big cities dominated by one party, one philosophy, one policy agenda? How is it working out for black families on the west and south sides of Chicago? How is it working out in San Francisco, where they can't even keep the streets free of human waste? How is it working out in L.A., where you have diseases that were eradicated in this country 100 years ago re-emerging? How is it working out in Philadelphia, New York City? Economic opportunity, access to quality schools. This is about serving the political power structure in these cities and making sure that everybody stays in line by focusing on what they want you to focus on, as opposed to the thing they don't want you to focus on, which is their performance, your quality of life, how their policy choices have impacted your lives. They can't have you leave. They can't have anybody leave. And, oh, by the way, you have many people here who are race hustlers. In addition, and of course, race hustling begets power mongering, but they're ideologues. For some people, it's just a naked power grab. Soros, probably. Transactional, at least in part. The ability to influence peddle. So he can call on prosecutors in big cities the same way he calls on President Obama, apparently, to prosecute who he wants to see prosecuted, investigate who he wants to see investigated. For others, you have the sort of 1619 Project ideologues who think the entire justice system is racist, and no amount of black individuals in charge of it will change its essential character, so you have to tear it down from the inside. It's a combination of the two. But the end game? What's the end game? Political power. Period. Full stop.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM 560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Balance of Nature. Changing the world, one life at a time.
The number one reason I started taking Balance of Nature was the quality and I think the proven science behind it piqued my interest. I've tried so many different types of supplements, whether they're dietary supplements or just general vitamins. This is the only dietary supplement that I've ever taken where I actually felt a noticeable change. To me, that speaks volumes, you know.
Don't wait to see what getting over 10 servings of whole fruits and vegetables every day can do for you. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order of fruits and veggies. Start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-2468-751 or by going to balanceofnature.com and make sure to receive this special radio offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
Message and data rates may apply. Please don't text while driving.
If you've been in business more than 20 minutes, you've probably printed your logo on all kinds of promotional products. We all know logos work because they're on everything from the top of skyscrapers to the bottom of shoes. Ever wondered why? Or how to best use your logo to grow your business? Let us show you today for free. We're 4imprint, promotional product experts at your service. We're giving away the latest issue of Amplify, the digital magazine that reveals promotional product success stories absolutely free to everyone who texts BOOST to 88988. At 4 Imprint, we make your logo look perfect on thousands of promotional items. With our 100% guarantee, it'll be right the first time, on time, every time. Your free e-magazine will reveal invaluable insights that can attract new customers, build your brand, and grow your business. Get the latest issue of Amplify absolutely free by texting BOOST to 88988. That's BOOST to 88988.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Amazon's Jeff Bezos pledges $10 billion to save the planet at 6:06.
And later, update on that coronavirus and how you can protect yourselves. There's new information. But now let's head straight into that newsroom. Here is Mike Scott. Good morning, Mike.
Amy and Dan, good morning. A second suspect wanted in a CTA Blue Line shooting. Murder for hire charges are up against the Dixon school shooter's father. 17-year-old boy critically wounded in a Northside shooting. Fighting Illini back on the hardcore, taking on number 9 Penn State tonight. A breezy and cloudy morning, followed by sun this afternoon. WIND, Chicago News Time. It's 6 o'clock.
Mike Bloomberg has a lot of questions to answer. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, and he'll get the chance tomorrow night. A few hours ago, Bloomberg qualified for the next presidential debate in Nevada before the next contest, though he's not even competing in that as he focuses instead on Super Tuesday states. Fox's Tanya J. Powers has more live.
Dave, it was a last-minute poll published this morning from NPR, PBS NewsHour, and Marist that put the former New York City mayor over the top. It shows him with 19% support nationally in the Democratic field, coming in second to Senator Bernie Sanders, who is in the lead at 31%. Bloomberg has poured more than $300 million into campaign ad buys and will join Sanders, former Vice President Joe Biden, as well as Senators Amy Klobuchar and Elizabeth Warren, and former Mayor Pete Buttigieg on that debate stage tomorrow night in Las Vegas, Dave.
Tony, another 88 people on that quarantine cruise ship in Japan are sick with the coronavirus. The day after hundreds of Americans were flown back to the U.S. from that ship. Now 14 have the virus, 13 of them quarantined at a hospital in Omaha, Nebraska.
Now the latest numbers coming out of China, that's the center of the disease, of course. 1,873 deaths, 72,438 cases. Yes, including in those deaths, the director of one of the main hospitals in Wuhan.
That's Fox's Greg Palcott. Because the Boy Scouts have been taken to court so often in sexual abuse lawsuits, the Boy Scouts of America has gone to court seeking Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection, trying to work out a victims' compensation fund as part of a reorganization. A fiery finish to the Daytona 500. Ryan Newman, trying to win the race, got hit. His car crashed into the wall, flipped upside down, caught fire, and got hit by another car.
We're praying for him and his family, and hopefully everything's okay with him.
That is Denny Hamlin, who won that Daytona 500 race for a second year in a row. Ryan Newman is hospitalized in serious condition. His injuries, though, not considered life-threatening. America's listening to Fox News.
38 degrees at 6:02 on AM 560, The Answer, and good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A former Chicago public school teacher charged with sexually assaulting a 13-year-old boy last year is due in bond court today. Police say Sarah Damian abused the teen between January 15th and March 8th of last year. The 33-year-old was arrested yesterday. She previously worked as a special education teacher at Volta Elementary in Albany Park. Chicago police are looking for a second suspect wanted in a shooting earlier this month on a CTA Blue Line train. Authorities releasing photos of the man believed to have been involved in the February 5th incident. Patrick Walden was arrested and already faces charges of aggravated battery with a firearm and armed robbery in the incident. Campus police at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee say a missing student was last seen using drugs, but they do not believe he was taken. University Police Chief Joseph Lemire yesterday said freshman Sean Bach was using LSD before he went missing last Friday. The chief pushing back on claims yesterday from Bach's family that he was kidnapped and taken to Chicago. Authorities are investigating after a 17-year-old boy was shot on Chicago's far north side. The teen was walking last night in the 2300 block of West Jarvis when someone armed with a gun approached and fired shots. The teen shooting follows a weekend in Chicago where 11 other children were wounded. Purdue University President Mitch Daniels announcing that university would freeze tuition for the 9th straight year, holding it at 2012 levels through the 2021-2022 school year. It's the latest effort by the university to keep the price of a college education as low as possible. Enrollment at West Lafayette has reached more than 44,000, its highest ever. Room and board rates at the West Lafayette campus have seen no increase as well over the past 8 years. And in fact, in 2 of those years, room and board rates were reduced. Chicago sports. Fighting Illini visit number 9 Penn State tonight. The Illini dropping out of the latest college basketball poll. Last night in college hoops, Notre Dame edged UNC 77-76 on a last-second 3 by Nate Laszewski. The news service of Circle K. At Circle K, $1 can get you the freshest cup of coffee in the world. Every cup is ground fresh right when you want it. So, for a split second, your cup is the freshest on earth. Every cup ground fresh, starting at $1 at Circle K, limited time only at participating locations. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity can't believe we are where we are.
It's just every question is answered. This is what's so frustrating to me, watching all of this shift show. How is it even possible we are here? How is this possible, especially knowing all that we know? It shouldn't be.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
This is the Frells family. They live on a piece of land they call greener pasture, and they work on it behind the wheel of a John Deere 1 Series tractor. With its durable construction and features that hook up to dozens of attachments with ease, no job is too tough. The Frells family runs with us because this is more than just land. It's home. Nothing runs like a Deere. Get a 1 Series tractor for just $99 per month at your John Deere dealer today. For additional cost information, please call toll-free 855-633-2315.
Attention everyone! Dell's President's Day sale is still on. Get monumental savings on Dell business PCs with Intel Core processors and business tech. Deals are live now. Our small business technology advisors can help you find the right tech for your business at President's Day prices by calling 877-BUY-DELL. Plus, get free shipping on everything. Just call 877-BUY-DELL or visit Dell.com/business deals.
Hi, I'm Frank Thomas, the Big Hurt, Hall of Fame baseball player. For me, swinging the bat and chasing my kids, it caught up with me. So I used Ecoderm, Relief Cream plus full spectrum CBD. It really made a difference, and it might be right for you too. I want to send you a free sample of Ecoderm, Relief Cream plus full spectrum CBD. Just text Ecoderm to 31996. This lab-tested cream from EcoSciences uses the highest quality hemp with the richest profiles on the market. We've been making quality CBD products for almost a decade and want to share this revolutionary cream with you today. Find out what this CBD craze is all about and if it really works for you. Ecoderm. Try it for free by texting Ecoderm to 31996. Text Ecoderm to 31996.
Text Ecoderm to 31996 now for your free sample from Frank Thomas while supplies last.
Now some better news brought to you by Canada Dry. Traffic's the worst, so grab a can of Canada Dry ginger ale and imagine instead you're gently floating through the cosmos on a soft, comfy recliner. Next time, relax with the real ginger taste of Canada Dry.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, and your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com.
6:07, Team Hawkbird Traffic Center time, and Jim Talamonte.
Northbound I-55 traffic is jammed solid from 59 to 52, with roadways closed right now. There's a major wreck at Black Road between 52 and Black. Seek an alternate to the area. Farther north, Stevenson Expressway has only mild delays between Cicero and the Rhine. We're looking at about 32 minutes from 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Edens is okay. Inbound Kennedy, 22 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 28, Blaze starting at Nagle and continuing 190 into O'Hare. Don Eisenhower, 32 minutes, 390 to downtown. Ryan, 23 minutes, 95th. Nation Ford, 18 minutes, 8094 to the merge. I'm Jim Telemonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center. A breezy, cloudy morning, giving way to sun and clouds this afternoon, a high of 38. 37 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
Don't miss the Ruger event at Shoot Point Blank, now through February 23rd. Save on all Ruger firearms, including the Ruger SR9C 9mm, starting at $279.99. Shop the Ruger event, in-store or online at shootpointblank.com.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Let's take a little spin stateside. Illinois, some legislation recently filed you may want to apprise yourself of. Illinois Rep. Jennifer Gong Gershowitz, she's a North Shorean, introduced a bill to amend the FOID Card Act, Firearm Owner's ID Card.
I got my FOID card.
Mm-hmm.
So do you.
That would require a person to have $1 million worth of liability insurance coverage in order to have a FOID card, in order to have a gun in Illinois. $1 million.
Oh, that's funny.
Now, with this...
I have a $500,000 right now, but I'm not bumping it up to $1 million to keep my FOID card. But thank you for stopping by.
Would this be constitutional? No, it would not. It would fail at the high court level. But does that mean that the Illinois General Assembly wouldn't pass it and Governor Jelly Belly wouldn't sign it? No, of course not. Anything in furtherance of gun banning, correct? $1 million insurance policy to get a FOID card to get a gun in Illinois. Ironically and interestingly, flipping over to Governor Ralph KKK Northam and the Virginia Minstrel Party, the push to ban the sale of so-called assault weapons after that rally a few weeks ago,
which was peaceful, by the way, thank you,
failed.
It did? After all that?
The Virginia Senate voted to shelve the bill for the year and, ask for more study on the issue. Yeah, 4 moderate Democrats joined Republicans in a committee vote to reject legislation in Virginia that would have prohibited the sale of certain semi-automatic firearms, including the popular AR-15 sport rifle, banned the possession of magazines that hold more than 12 rounds, and so forth. So that failed in Virginia, Blue Virginia. Yeah. It's a little too soon for
after
Price is
all
Right
that,
theme
yeah.
music.
It's not. It's after 6 a.m.
No, because
you mean-
Drew Carey's ex-girlfriend was murdered.
No, yeah, she was. By not him,
No,
but
I know
another
that.
ex-fiance that she had a restraining order against. And the day after the restraining order expired, he went to her house, broke in. This is what police are working on, and threw her off a 3rd-floor balcony.
So, just show some
Okay,
decency,
sorry, yes.
Justin.
Timing,
good grief.
please, people.
It's like I have Wendy Williams on the board in there. Did you see what she said?
What did she do? Oh, no.
She reported the story. I mean, I'm not a Wendy Williams avid
No, but I saw
watcher.
something.
Yeah.
Brief. I didn't look into it.
Her response was, "Well, come on down."
She didn't.
Wow. Yeah.
Live on her show, she said, "Well, come on down."
Yeah. Apparently.
Wow.
Getting
should
back
be
to,
one to talk.
Getting back to Illinois, there's something else you may want to apprise yourself of, in addition to the state of your right to self-protection here. Legislation introduced by Senator Heather Staines. Heather Staines of Chicago. She's the scion of a very wealthy family.
Must be nice. Okay.
She has introduced Senate Bill 3668, and this would force 6th grade boys and girls to get the HPV vaccine. HB 4870
Oh, yes.
Is the companion bill in the House, which is sponsored by, an abortionist, Robin Gables from Evanston, Gable, I think. So mandating HPV vaccines, which, right, you only need to prevent a disease that's contracted solely through sexual activity. Mandating all sixth graders in Illinois to receive the HPV vaccine. You do not have an opt-out.
See, we've had an option, and I've
all religious
opted in.
and medical exemptions for school immunizations
Mhm.
would be repealed. Minor students, 14 years of age or older, can be vaccinated without parental consent, and it also eliminates protections for parents who adopt children or for homeschooling parents. What do you think
Well,
about
they're really
that?
digging deep. 312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment.
How's this for a center cut for your concerns about being an Illinois resident? Mandatory HPV vaccines for your sixth graders. What do you think? Do you care? Not a big deal. Whatever. In loco parentis, the teachers union that runs my local school knows best for my daughter or my son, right? What's to worry about? These are our betters down in Springfield. They're thinking about us, trying to protect the kids. And
It's always about the children, Dan.
And there's nothing we wouldn't do for the kids, including force this mandatory vaccine that can only be for a disease that can only be transmitted through sexual activity on sixth graders. Make sense to you? About what you were looking for from your duly elected legislators and Governor Jelly Belly?
Well, my pediatrician suggested that they get it before they go off to college. It's sixth grade.
How
do you explain that shot? What shot am I getting? Well, in case you have premarital sex. I mean, it's a little sticky situation. Or some parents I know just give it to their kids. They don't even explain it to them what they're doing.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Just roll up your sleeve.
Does
it hurt here?
Sixth grade's too late is what you're saying. Probably should be earlier. Third grade?
Yeah, third.
Second grade?
Why don't we just do it when they're born? Put it in with the measles and the mumps and the rubella and all that other stuff that we vaccinate our kids for. Chicken pox.
Big fan of that. Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. Mike on the north side. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. Maybe they should call that shot the Lincoln Park Trixie or Sean from Elmwood Park shot and just let the kids figure it out themselves.
Hey-o.
I wanted to talk about the FOID cards. Why is it only certain people get FOID cards? Were those parents that left the illegal guns out over the weekend in Chicago charged, where the kids shot each other? Those 10 parents? No, not at all. How about the people going to the NBA All-Star game who were found with guns in their cars? Were they charged? No, not at all. Who are all these people, these big gun crimes that these Democratic prosecutors are going after? They're not going after anybody. Blaming the NRA or the gun manufacturer because somebody killed somebody is like me blaming the Avon lady because the aftershave I bought from her, I couldn't attract women. Why don't we blame the people that commit the crimes?
Do they have liability insurance? Up to $1 million?
You have to listen to the 535 segment where we explain what's happening here. We have voted to institute a culture of non-prosecution in Cook County, and that's what Kim Foxx is doing. So there you go. You want it, you got it. Right? I mean, the discussion's over. Anything that they do, they're doing with your sanction. What are you going to do about it? That's the operative question in all of these conversations about this state. What are you going to do about it? Nothing? Yeah, they know. Tom in Deer Park.
Good morning, and thank you for your coverage this morning, Dan and Amy. You're talking about the FOID, and rest assured that those magazine limits will be coming they're going to make an effort to do that next year. And I would
Sure.
just like to make a pitch. Very few people, I don't want to shame, I want to encourage, but very few people belong to the Illinois State Rifle Association. The Illinois State Rifle Association is the one that advocates for all gun owners, and I think it's $40 or $50 to join. You'll get a daily email keeping you apprised of what they're doing down there, and what they do down there will shock people if you're just a casual observer of the news. And so,
Yeah, I'll tell you
I
what,
would just
though.
encourage.
I'll tell you what, Tom, though. The ISRA is not the most effective gun rights organization I've ever seen. I got to tell you, Rich Pearson, who's been the head of it forever, I'm not impressed, and I haven't been impressed for a long time. There have been opportunities after opportunities for the Illinois State Rifle Association to not play footsie with the Democrats, to hold surrender Republicans accountable, including our former governor, and they haven't taken it. So, the National Rifle Association, sure, they're street fighters. The Illinois State Rifle Association,
Boy, that's interesting, Dan. I got to tell you, I'm glad I called. I didn't know your feelings on that. I'm not sure exactly what your thoughts are, but I know you're up to speed. So again, I don't get a bird dog or anything.
I get it.
Because
I get what you're saying. I mean, you're coming from the right place. Thanks for the call, Tom. And I would otherwise say that. I would otherwise agree with you. But I'm sorry, I've seen ISRA in action for a little too long to give a blanket endorsement. Have the ISRA done some great things? Yes. Are they a pro-2A group? Yes. Have their strategic political decisions been sound consistently? No.
But what's your point of contention?
I just gave you one. Ronner versus Ives in 2018. That's one example.
That's one.
There are many others. Yeah. Not ironically, as successful as the gun rights movement has been in this nation, perhaps rivaled only in political success to the gay rights movement over the last 30 years. Wildly successful because they're unyielding. We're unyielding. Illinois, not so much. Not always. Strategic political decisions, going to the mat for fellow gun rights activists that you can count on, that hasn't always been the case. I know because I've seen it, because I've been in Illinois politics for 2 decades, so I know what I'm talking about. And one of the reasons why Illinois, despite a pro-2A disposition of probably 96 of the 102 counties, maybe more, has not been as effective at the state level as possible is because, as per usual, on the center-right side of the aisle when it comes to politicians or interest groups or issue advocacy, we have a lot of weak leadership. It's not just in the caucuses. Why do you have weak leadership in the caucuses? Because the interest groups and the financier class tolerates it because they've conceded defeat long ago. They just didn't inform you. And they're willing to take table scraps from the Chicago Democrat power structure, and they have been for a long time. So I hate to break it to you, and I'm sure I'll get some heat from ISRA members or Pearson or whoever. Don't care. That's the truth. I mean, think about it this way. I say this all the time with respect to the left. What about on the right? Do you ever pick your head up and look around and say, golly, I wonder why things are the way they are? Is it all because of Madigan? Or is it more likely been a combined effort over an extended period of time with a lot of players, a lot of people who protected their little sinecure instead of doing the right thing, instead of leading the revolt in the direction of free minds and free markets in this state? Think it's all Madigan? You're going to comfort yourself with that fairy tale that's told by surrender Republicans, the enemies inside your perimeter? Sue in Wheaton, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Thank you so much for having me on, and I really appreciate you talking about these 2 bills that are being introduced in the House and the Senate. The HPV one by Robin Gable is the HB 4870. And the one by Senator Steens is the SB 3668. That's the one that would remove religious exemptions.
Right.
And I really appreciate talking about this because it's not something that is talked about a lot. And in terms of just another way that the Democrats, not just in our state, but in New York, California, have just a way of limiting parents' rights. And I think people get really, when they hear the word vaccine, they kind of get uneasy. But if you just look at it as in terms of just another way of mandating laws and kind of taking away parents' rights, I think that it's pretty clear that we should be able to stand up and call our representatives and the representatives and senators that are legislating these. So I really appreciate it. Go ahead.
Thanks for the call, sir. I appreciate it. And you're right. And this is not a conversation about vaccines per se. It's a conversation about, as Sue said, a mandate. Number one. Number two, a mandate for a vaccine for a disease that you can only get through sexual activity.
Unprotected sexual activity. Yeah.
That's sort of
Great.
a key piece of this.
Well, yeah, because they're
to
saying
sixth graders.
Yeah. You're going to have sex at some point in time in your life unprotected, so get this vaccine.
And
we'll make sure that you get it so that the women are safe. This is protecting women from this cervical cancer, so to speak.
Says who?
Says the pediatrician, said the school, says that's what we were told.
And I know.
That's why it's a religious issue, too, because you don't want to be told. We like having choices.
Yeah, and with respect to that what you just said, they're going to do it anyway. That's the entire philosophy of the left. Number one, you just concede destructive conduct, and you indemnify the behavior. And I'm sorry, what has been the product from that philosophy over the last 50 years? Has it been good? I think this is an approach that works. Has it protected kids? Has it advanced the family? Has it led to more responsible young people? You know, the 26-year-old living in your basement on your insurance. Should we go over the incidents of illegitimacy? The state of family? Do I really even need to make the case? But you're still going to listen to pediatricians, some of whom are politicians with lab coats on, and the teachers' union representatives who think that they should have dominion over your kid. We know best. We know best. They're going to do it anyway. Yeah, stick to that. I mean, if you don't care about your kids, you can stick to that philosophy. Dan in Libertyville.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, Dan. Good morning to both of you. Yes, the vaccine, whatever they wish to call it, law, is just one more step in the government having control of your children. I had this discussion with one of my college-age kids just this last weekend about health care, single payer, government controlled. And I said, did you see what happened in England? That little boy and his family, remember Alfie?
Yeah.
The little boy that was dying, and they said, you can't take him out of the hospital. We are in charge of him.
That's right.
When you subject yourself to that health insurance, you subject yourself to their laws.
Oh, never happened here, though, Dan. Never happened here.
That's what my daughter said. Yes, right. Look, it happened there. Just to prove. As far as Illinois, you're absolutely right with what's happened with the ISRA and even the NRA branch in Illinois. And I can tell you how specifically they allowed the state to create an assault weapons ban window for home rule communities with a 10-day window to vote it in order to get concealed carry passed faster. The Illinois Supreme Court had already ruled that the state either had to give us open carry or concealed carry. We'd already won, and yet they conceded to allow for an assault weapons ban to come into play in places like Highland Park and etc. So then the NRA could say, look, we've got to fight this. We need money. Well, what the hell? If you hadn't said okay to it, it wouldn't have happened.
Thanks for the call.
So
Thanks for the call, Dan. Appreciate that. Sean in Elmwood Park.
2 decades, huh? Prof, you've been doing this 2 decades.
Yeah,
That
wasting my
explains
time.
why you look like a 6-foot Jan Schakowsky. Now I understand it.
Right.
Listen, Prof, 10 years they've been asking my daughter. I take her to the doctor. You think I got any guns? My kid doesn't know. No, he's got a hammer by the door. Here's the thing, and I hear the guys, you got to join the organizations. For what? The government doesn't care. You got to start thinking like a criminal. What do you got? Nothing. I got nothing. How many guns you get? None. I have absolutely none. You got to start answering like you're in Cuba, because the reality is you are. And if you can't, look around you. Look around. What could you do? Could you even a minute thing? What can you do without government? You can't change the windows on your house. You think you can arm yourself or tell your kid how to behave or what to think or learn? Prof, you better stick with the imaginary kids, because the real ones are very stressful, because you have to deprogram them when they get home from the government institutions. It's terrible.
Thanks for the call, Sean. Appreciate it. Yeah, and then, and they're going to do it anyway, so this insulates them from sexually transmitted diseases, the vaccine does. And then when somebody gets pregnant, we got an abortifacient for that. Because they're going to do it anyway. Everybody signed up for that?
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, there's a new Alabama law that may force men to get vasectomies at 50. Who wants in? But first, let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Clouds and 37 degrees at 6:30. Former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg will take part in tomorrow night's Democrat presidential debate. However, the presidential candidate is facing some high-level criticism about allegations of sexism and sexual harassment in his workplace. Our reporter Mike Bauer has more from Washington.
The Washington Post report details vulgar and misogynistic comments made by Bloomberg allegedly toward women decades ago. The report also features a former employee who says he heard one of the most notorious accusations against Bloomberg himself, that the former mayor once told a pregnant subordinate to kill her unborn child, something Bloomberg has denied saying. And in a week in which Bloomberg was accused of being racist due to resurfaced comments about the stop and frisk program he once championed, the report details Bloomberg allegedly made degrading comments about African Americans, one lawsuit claiming Bloomberg once advised an employee to find some black who doesn't have to speak English to work for her as a nanny.
Reporter Mike Bauer. Jury deliberations begin today in the sex crimes trial of former Hollywood producer Harvey Weinstein. The 67-year-old is charged with 5 felony counts. Japan will soon begin clinical trials using an HIV treatment to treat the coronavirus. Japan has more than 500 coronavirus cases, including 450 on a cruise ship docked off the city of Yokohama. The Boy Scouts are looking for financial protection. Boy Scouts of America officially filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy overnight. It's a sign the 110-year-old organization's financial stability is in a critical state as it faces hundreds of lawsuits from men who say Scout leaders abused them when they were boys. Former Chicago public school teacher charged with sexually assaulting a 13-year-old boy last year is due in bond court today. Police say Sarah Damian abused the teen between January 15th and March 8th of last year at a home in Logan Square. Authorities are investigating after a 17-year-old boy was shot on Chicago's far north side. The teen was walking home last night in the 2300 block of West Jarvis when someone armed with a gun approached and fired shots. The teen shooting follows a weekend in Chicago where 11 children were wounded by gunfire. And the father of a young man who brought a gun to Dixon High School back in 2018 during graduation practice is facing murder for hire charges. Prosecutors in Lee County yesterday said Matthew Milby Sr. wanted to hire someone to kill 2 people he knows. No one is saying who the intended victims are right now. Milby Sr. was already in jail on unrelated charges, and now he's being held on a $500,000 bond. Now, you may recall his son, Matthew Milby Jr., has been found unfit to stand trial on charges he brought that gun to graduation practice in 2018 and fired it before police were able to stop him. Illinois visits ninth-ranked Penn State later tonight. The Illini dropping out of the latest college basketball poll after 4 straight bruising losses. College hoops last night, Notre Dame trimmed UNC on a last-second three, 77-76. The news is a service of Upwork. Upwork has the world's largest network of proven independent professionals. And here's an alphabetical list of them. Accountants, animators, architects. Well, you get the point. When you need in-demand talent on demand, Upwork is how. 6:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Steve Cortez.
Regarding Vindman, a mid-level bureaucrat, which is what he is in the National Security Council, does not have the right to determine the foreign policy of the United States of America. Donald Trump was hired essentially to be the leader of American foreign policy, and he deserves a staff that aims to fulfill his priorities, not the goals of the political class.
The Steve Cortez Show. Weeknights at 5, right before Larry Elder at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruit and veggie capsules contain 100% fine-ripened fruits and vegetables, tested pure with no pesticides, fillers, or additives of any kind, and are the most effective whole food supplements on the market today. Fruits and vegetables are on an average 85% water. Balance of Nature uses cold vacuum technology to remove the water, leaving only the whole food. Our cold vacuum technology maintains 99% of the fresh fruits and vegetables' original nutritional value. Don't wait to see what getting over 10 servings of whole fruits and vegetables every day can do for you. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order of fruits and veggies. Start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-2468-751 or by going to balanceofnature.com and make sure to receive this special radio offer by using discount code Chicago.
This is Attorney Stephen Leahy, host of the IRS Radio Hour, heard right here on AM 560 every Sunday evening at 5 o'clock. Let me tell you about Bill. Bill's business slowed down and he fell behind on his taxes. Instead of filing his tax return, he decided to wait until he could pay. Well, 1 year turned to 2, turned to 3. Then the IRS threatened to contact his customers, take his house, his bank account, and his passport. Well, Bill hired me. We filed all of his tax returns and an appeal to slow the IRS down. Then we worked out an installment agreement based on how much he could pay, not on how much he owed. Now Bill can rely on the IRS protection plan. We will file his future tax returns and keep the IRS off his back so Bill can focus on growing his business. If you have questions about the IRS, you can get a copy of my book, Deal with Your IRS Problem Today, to learn the secrets of solving your IRS problem and save your business, your marriage, and your reputation. Call 312-664-6649 or go to freeirsbook.com.
It's open enrollment season, and Medishare is a Christian healthcare sharing ministry that saves most families about $500 a month. Google Medishare and see if it is a fit for you.
6:36, Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, and Jim Telemonti.
Northbound I-55 remains congested in the Shorewood area. There was an earlier crash between Highway 52 and Black Road. All lanes have reopened. Farther north on the inbound Stevenson, traffic is heavy before Central. We're looking at about 38 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Eden's just a little heavy approaching the junction. Inbound Kennedy, delays start at Cumberland. 30 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 35. Heavy traffic on westbound 190 going into O'Hare. Inbound Eisenhower, it's 37 minutes, 390 to downtown. Inbound Ryan, 29 minutes, 95th to the Burn Circle. I-57, 19 minutes, I-80 to the Verge, reaching Port 18. That's traffic. I'm Jim Calamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center. A breezy, cloudy morning giving way to clouds and sun for the afternoon. High 38, 37 right now. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, and your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com.
Time now for another reason why Dan Puft is single.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. I missed Valentine's Day on Friday.
Oh, the Dan Prof Day. That's what we called it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should rename it because you're full of love.
This
Giving gifts on Valentine's Day.
This disturbing story. On Wednesday last week, for the 8th time since he died in 2012, Rich Cox delivered Valentine's Day flowers to his widow, Tracy.
Oh, yeah, I think I heard about that.
Mm-hmm.
This is the 8th year in a row?
The Kentucky couple, married for more than 25 years before, in 2012, Rich lost his 3-year battle with throat cancer at the age of 53. And, he planned, obviously.
Right, planned ahead. Like people plan to put flowers on their graves after they're gone.
Well, right.
He planned ahead. But
Planned
is it
ahead.
a little creepy?
Georgetown, Kentucky. And so you get flowers from Rich. This is the 8th year in a row. He died in 2012. This is 2020. 8 years in a row. And I guess this will go on in perpetuity. Toward the end of his life, they renewed their vows, took a dream vacation to Hawaii, planned his own funeral, and made those arrangements so Tracy would be reminded of his love even after death. You think, this is a romantic story. I thought it was until death do you part.
Right.
And then you're free.
Well, what if she finds new love and then every Valentine's Day, the deliveries keep coming? Mm-hmm.
Also, too, even in death, she's still in his pockets.
Oh, what do you mean?
Don't you think?
Don't you think he accounted for inflation when he left? Here's 8 years of Valentine's Days. Well, gosh, do we know how long this is going to go on?
He left it, he left his stuff. There's no word in there about a prenup or anything, so he left whatever they had. So,
Well, there's another Valentine's surprise for a widow. Her husband, who is the former mayor of this small town, Randy Tenney, he died back in December after a 4-month battle with brain cancer, and he left a message, roses are red, violets are blue, yelling from heaven that I will always love you. With love from your eternal Valentine, RT for Randy Tenney.
It's weird. And see, that's sort of what it does to you. It sort of warps your mind. You do write stupid poems like that as your final words.
Wouldn't that pull the scab off the wound?
This comes to us from South Africa. Another reason why Dan Proft is single. Yeah. Gentleman was set on fire by his wife at their home.
Craig Hodges? Oh.
He succumbed to injuries after 2 weeks in the hospital, 3rd-degree burns. He was a master's student at the university there. He was still coming to the country's still coming to terms with the death of a master's student at university there that was stabbed to death by his girlfriend that same weekend. So one guy gets stabbed to death by a girlfriend in South Africa at university. Another guy gets set on fire by his wife. And again, here got the thinking. What happens? His friend said that. His mother said that of her son, he died a good man, even because with all the pains, he asked me to forgive his wife of 4 months. They're married for 4 months. His wife, what precipitated the torch job, you're asking?
Mm-hmm.
Good question. His wife was angered when an empty bottle accidentally fell on her feet while they were at their home with friends. The response was they started arguing. She poured him with petrol that was used for the lawnmower and then lit him on fire.
Ew.
That escalates quickly.
It does.
These fights. Another reason why Dan Proft is single comes to us from Nigeria. Lady has.
You're really going around the globe.
Well, this is not.
You're not keeping it local at all.
Well, this is an international issue.
Oh, okay.
This is, man and women around the globe. It's all the same dynamic, isn't it?
Sure.
Lady has been arraigned on charges of assaulting her husband. She was accused, 32 years old, Cheetah, her name, accused of continually assaulting her husband for not showing enough commitment in their marriage by getting her pregnant, leaving him scared of returning to their home. She began assaulting her husband in 2018 and apparently didn't stop for 2 years.
Because she claims he couldn't get her pregnant.
She used a frying.
Heck of a way to do foreplay there.
She used a frying spoon. I thought we weren't going to
what?
use that word again on this show, foreplay. I thought that word
Oh,
was banned.
I thought groin was banned.
That also is
that
banned.
also, and moist.
Cheetah reportedly used a frying spoon to smash his head and face, causing him grievous injuries.
What the heck's a frying spoon?
I don't know. Think about a big spoon.
Yeah, it's hot.
Another reason why Dan Proft is single. And here's the resolution too. You need to meet somebody and so you don't get lonely.
Right.
Yeah, there's a solution to that. There's an app for that. Actually, there's a supermarket for that. Now I just have to get used to going to supermarkets.
Have you ever stepped foot in a supermarket?
Not since the late 90s. The Jumbo supermarket in the Netherlands. They started the chat checkout and the all-together coffee corner. The idea of a social corner at the supermarket where people can sip coffee, meet perfect strangers, talk about their day, and even seek help, trying to combat this rise in loneliness particularly among older people, 55 and over. So the Jumbo supermarket has opened these special corners to get lonely guys together. Think about Charles Grodin and Steve Martin.
Right.
Yeah. And their cardboard cutout friends when they have that little party together at the apartment. Well, it's the same sort of concept. Lonely guys and gals at the chat checkout in the Netherlands. So, that covers your need for social interaction. And so why risk being hit about the face and neck area with a serving spoon or being lit on fire if you accidentally drop a bottle on your wife's foot, or having to, go out of pocket even after you've been buried.
And you're getting up there in age and you're thinking about moving to a different state. Well, if you move to Alabama, there's a proposed bill by a Democrat, of course, that would require men to undergo a vasectomy at age 50 or after he has fathered a specific number of children. The rep is Roland Hollis, and it would require a man to undergo a vasectomy after the birth of his third biological child or within 1 month of his 50th birthday. The bill also says the procedure must be paid at the man's own expense.
I'm missing the nexus. Why would that?
Because you're getting up there in
single?
age. It encourages you to, you have 2 hypothetical children. If you want to have your third one, you possibly might move to Alabama, then you need to get on this. But I'm just saying, can you imagine that the government telling you that you need to get a vasectomy? I know we talked about forced vaccinations last half hour, but forced vasectomies?
Shout your vasectomy. It's all, in celebration of population control for the anti-human left.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The Lou Dobbs Financial Report is brought to you by Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Visit signaturebank.bank for your commercial banking needs.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Xerox heating up battle to take over HP. British Airways loses 2 of its top executives, and fourth quarter results from Walmart released today. Those stories next. In a recent survey, investors shared what they felt were the greatest threats to their retirement. It's no surprise the most common threats include stock market volatility, economic uncertainty, conflict in the Middle East, the 2020 presidential impeachment, and election. Unfortunately, there are many threats beyond your control that can affect your retirement savings. At Goldco, a leader in precious metals, the team believes one way to protect your investment portfolio is with physical gold and silver. Goldco has helped thousands of investors safeguard their retirement, especially in times of uncertainty. In fact, if you call 855-971-2006, Goldco will send you a free 1-ounce silver American Eagle coin. And all you have to do is pay for shipping and handling. No obligation. 100% free. Call 855-971-2006 to get your free silver American Eagle coin. That's 855-971-2006. It's back to work day on Wall Street. Normal business resumes after the holiday. Walmart also releasing its fiscal fourth quarter results today. Xerox Holdings Corporation stepping up its efforts to take over HP. Xerox hosting a dinner for HP's shareholders, hoping to secure support for its $35 billion takeover bid. HP officials have repeatedly said they're not opposed to an eventual takeover, but they contend Xerox's bid is inadequate. British Airways losing 2 of its top executives, the carrier's chief operating officer and director of personnel leaving the company in the wake of last year's pilot walkout. The tense standoff led to the airline's first strike in decades. That strike affected about 200,000 passengers. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 o'clock and 10 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Hey, if you've thought about taking advantage of the 2-for-1 offer on the MyPillow Giza cotton sheets, I suggest you do it today. It could be over any day now. And you've heard me talk endlessly about the great night's sleep I get with MyPillow and the soft, comfy, cooling Giza cotton sheets. So if you've procrastinated, do it now and get 2 sets for the price of 1. Plus, if you use the promo code Amy, you can still get deep discounts on all MyPillow products, the mattress topper, the new MyPillow towels, which are soft and absorbent, anything, the pet beds. And all products have a 60-day money-back guarantee and a 10-year warranty. So simply go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special box, and get 2 sets of Giza cotton sheets for the price of 1. And really the best deals on all other great products. MyPillow.com, promo code Amy.
Impact Mortgage Corp. DBA Cash Call Mortgage. NMLS ID 128231. Equal housing lender. Not licensed in all states, including New York. Offer not available in Washington. Call 855-657-9910 for licensing terms and restrictions.
You see it on TV every day. Global turmoil. But these international events help keep interest rates low and may even drive them lower. In response, we at Cash Call Mortgage have lowered our interest rates for the new year. And that's great news for homeowners. If you have a current rate above 2.99%, call us to see how much you can save. If you qualify, we'll even pay your closing costs. And we can close your refi in as fast as 20 days with no upfront deposit. With our low interest rates and no closing costs if you qualify, there's never been a better time to lock in a low rate before it's gone. For a free quote, go to cashcallmortgage.com or call 800-990-6947. That's 800-990-6947. 800-990-6947.
Attention maintenance coordinators. Fans are a vital part of your business's building or factory. You've got to keep the air moving. But when they break down or need service, who can you call? Vans Industrial repair all types of fans, from small wall fans to large air movers.
Hi, I'm Dave Van Camp, president of Vans Industrial. Fan repair is one of many services that Vans offers. If you have a fan with a damaged shaft, bearing, impeller, or housing, we can help. And if you need a new fan, we handle all major brands and can provide engineering assistance to properly size your new fan. Our crews can respond to your emergencies or routine maintenance and will have your fan back up and running fast. And when we're done repairing your fan, we can also dynamically balance it so it runs smooth for years to come.
Vans uses only the best and safest union-trained mechanics, insured at the highest level, to perform the job right. Call 833-VANS-IND to get your fan repaired today. That's 833-VANS-IND. Or on the web at vansindustrial.com.
There's no better way to dine than 95 floors above North Michigan Avenue, overlooking the best skyline in the world. And there's only one restaurant in the entire world that can offer that spectacular view combined with a delicious brunch, lunch, or dinner. The Signature Room at the 95th. One-of-a-kind experiences. Great for a night out with friends or romantic date night in the city. Dining that brings the best of Chicago to the table with local fresh ingredients. Take the elevator one level higher to the Signature Lounge on the 96th floor and enjoy a full bar featuring their renowned cocktails. They also feature special events and private event spaces for a spectacular occasion that will give your guests something to talk about. Visit the Signature Room at the 95th website for more details at signatureroom.com. And when you make a reservation, ask for the upgraded VIP reservation experience. Prepare to be impressed with the elegance of dining at the Signature Room at the 95th. Visit signatureroom.com today.
Balance of nature, changing the world one life at a time.
I started taking the Balance of Nature, and I was actually lifting weights at the time, and I pulled out my rotor cuff, and I couldn't lift my arm. I had to take off from lifting weights for 8 weeks. During that time, I was taking the Balance of Nature, and everybody told me my shoulder was not going to heal, and I was not going to be able to lift anymore. And my shoulder actually healed, and when I went back to lifting weights, I didn't lose any strength. I definitely feel completely different. My hair feels better. My skin feels better. Overall, everything's better.
Don't wait to see what getting over 10 servings of whole fruits and vegetables every day can do for you. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order of fruits and veggies. Start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-2468-751 or by going to balanceofnature.com and make sure to receive this special radio offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy and COVID-19 update. Dr. Anthony Fauci, who is America's point man on infectious diseases, spoke with the USA Today editorial board yesterday. He's been the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases for the past 35 years. What's the status of the outbreak? China is in very difficult straits, he said. We have 70,000 cases there, nearly 1,800 deaths. The rest of the world has about 30 countries with a total of 500 cases and 3 deaths.
And the number of cases here in the U.S. doubled yesterday when we brought those passengers off the Diamond Princess home from Japan. And 14 were diagnosed in air and put in these isolation chambers. Now we're in Omaha, Nebraska, at this great facility.
Right.
So they'll take
15 cases in the United States, 13 of which are travel, 2 of which are spouses of the travelers, and then the 14 now from that cruise ship. Just to give some proportion to this.
Well, the problem is, and you guys make fun of me for my Clorox wipes and everything.
we'll
They're
continue
saying
to.
that the coronavirus can live on metals, plastics, on formica, granite, on any surface for up to 9 days. And the only way to kill it are with disinfectant wipes.
Yeah, we'll
So
continue
that's
to
good.
make fun of you on that.
Okay.
And Dr. Anthony Fauci would like you to know that the danger of getting coronavirus is just minuscule, minusculely low, is the phrase that he used. Minusculely low.
Well, while you were sleeping, 88 more passengers aboard that cruise ship, that floating petri dish in Yokohama, Japan, were diagnosed. There's a total of 73,000, 2,000 dead, mostly, yes, in China. And the director of that hospital, that new hospital that they built in 10 days or whatever, he's dead from the coronavirus as well.
Mostly 1,800 deaths, 70,000 cases. The rest of the world has about 600 cases.
Are you worried about the infected Japanese couple that was in Honolulu in the tourist district and they stayed overnight at a posh hotel and they're trying to find them? Here's their Center for Disease Control.
Our focus is who this person might have sat down with, had conversation with.
Yeah, that really chills me to my core. Dane in Highland, Indiana.
Good morning, Dan and Aim. Riddle me this. Who decided that hashtag COV1517-A is this killer virus when the flu has killed, 8,000 people?
No,
That's
it's actually
a bit more
15,000.
urgent in my book.
Well, 26 million Americans
Thanks,
had
Dane.
this year's flu. 15,000, anywhere from 10 to 15,000. I know that's vague, but there's other complications, have died from it. But the coronavirus is just a little bit different. It has a little different properties. So that's why they're taking precautions. And that's why I'm taking precautions. And that's why people are being quarantined, because we're buying some time until we can figure this out.
Yeah. If you're infected, you're not really technically quarantined. You're isolated and cared for. If you're exposed and we're trying to find out if you're infected, then you are quarantined. So a quarantine is someone who's suspected of being infected, whereas isolation of someone and taking care of them is when they are affected. The mortality rate. The mortality rate of seasonal flu, this is, again, Dr. Fauci.
Okay.
We could rely on, some expertise in this area just for the fun of it. The mortality rate of seasonal flu is 0.1% to 0.2% at the most. If you look at the coronavirus, you do the math, it's sticking around 2%, but he expects that the actual rate is much lower because there are many, many either asymptomatic or minimally symptomatic people in China that don't get counted in the denominator. He thinks that China is he doesn't think China's fudging the numbers, but he says it's the lethality rate is not 2%. They're just not counting a lot of people who are asymptomatic.
Did I mention they're destroying cash in China because it changed hands multiple times a day in order to stop the coronavirus? So they're trying.
It's a new form of currency manipulation by the Chinese.
It is.
Also, some comparison to historical incidents such as this. SARS from 2002-2003, not nearly as transmittable, but more lethal. That mortality rate was 9 to 10%. For MERS, it was about 36%. Fauci says, with respiratory-borne viruses, usually the more transmissible you are, the less the mortality, and the higher mortality, the less transmissible. It's not always the case, but that's usually the case, and that seems to be the case with COVID-19. So, you don't need to, run around in circles screaming based on what we know to be true about COVID-19 at this point.
We're all gonna die! Run!
Yeah, you don't need to do that.
Don't need to do that, yeah. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
He's wrote the book that's got everybody buzzing. Peter Schweitzer, the author of Clinton Cash, the author of Secret Empires, joins us at 7:07 to talk about his new book, Profiles in Corruption, Abuse of Power by America's Progressive Elites. Like the Biden family.
And later, Michael Bloomberg secures his spot on tomorrow's debate stage. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, murder-for-hire charges against a Dixon school shooter's father. A man critically hurt in a Waukegan Township crash. Illinois at number 9 Penn State in Big Ten hoops tonight. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Mike Bloomberg leapfrogs Joe Biden. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. He's second in a new national poll in the Democratic race for president, a poll that now qualifies Bloomberg to be on stage. Fox's Tanya J. Powers explains live.
Dave, Michael Bloomberg will finally be face-to-face with the other candidates vying for the Democratic presidential nomination thanks to that new NPR PBS NewsHour Marist poll that's out today. Now, the poll shows Senator Bernie Sanders in the lead with 31% and Bloomberg at 19%, followed by former Vice President Joe Biden at 15%. And Senator Elizabeth Warren at 12%. Now, Bloomberg will face off with those candidates, plus Senator Amy Klobuchar and former Mayor Pete Buttigieg at tomorrow night's debate in Las Vegas. Philanthropist Tom Steyer still hoping to qualify for that debate, Dave.
Tanya, John Bolton had some things to say at Duke University last night that wasn't allowed to be recorded. The ex-national security advisor said he was concerned his unpublished book could be censored by the White House. Asked about the Ukraine controversy and if the phone call at the heart of impeachment was perfect, as President Trump claims, Bolton replied, "You'll love Chapter 14. Chapter 11 is what the Boy Scouts of America need, filing for bankruptcy protection."
The organization's been under fire, facing scores of lawyers looking for settlements on behalf of thousands of men who say they were molested by Scout leaders years ago. The organization could be forced to raise money for a compensation fund that could total more than $1 billion.
Fox's Jill Nato. Harvey Weinstein's jury will start deliberating today if he's guilty or not. The ex-Hollywood producer's charged in New York with raping a woman, sexually assaulting another. Ryan Newman is in serious condition the day after the NASCAR driver crashed on the last lap trying to win the Daytona 500. His car hit a wall, flipped over, caught fire, got hit by another car.
Imagine having a semi-truck come right in your car window and hit you.
He was in the crowd right above that wreck. Newman's injuries are not considered life-threatening. Danny Hamlin won the Daytona 500 for the second year in a row. America's listening to Fox News.
38 degrees at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer, and good morning. I'm Mike Scott, a former Chicago Public Schools teacher charged with sexually assaulting a 13-year-old boy last year, is due in bond court today. Police say Sarah Damian abused the teen at a Logan Square home. The 33-year-old had previously worked as a special ed teacher at Volta Elementary School. Chicago police are looking for a second suspect wanted in a shooting earlier this month on a CTA Blue Line train on the Near West Side. Patrick Walden is already arrested, facing charges of aggravated battery with a firearm, armed robbery, and being an armed habitual criminal. A man is in critical condition after a single vehicle crash in Waukegan Township. Lake County Sheriff's Office says the accident happened yesterday at Green Bay Road in Keith. The victim was found lying partially outside the vehicle. A new bill is proposing even further restrictions on legal gun owners in Illinois. Representative Jennifer Gershowitz introduced an amendment to the Firearm Owners Identification Card Act and the Illinois Insurance Code that would mandate gun owners to carry at least $1 million in liability insurance for accidental injuries by firearms. However, the constitutionality of FOID cards will soon be decided by the Illinois Supreme Court, that case being decided sometime this spring. Hulu will be airing Cub games this season. The video-on-demand service has agreed to a deal with the team's marquee sports network to live stream games. Big Ten hoops tonight. Fighting Illini tackle number 9 Penn State. The Illini dropping out of the latest college basketball poll after a 4-game losing skid. Denny Hamlin celebrating his second straight Daytona 500 victory. The news service of Staples. Staples has a huge selection of ink and toner in stock at low prices. This week, get 25% back in rewards when you spend $75 on ink or $200 on toner. Offer ends 2/22/20. See store or staples.com/25 in rewards for details. Staples. 7:04. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher wants to try to understand Joe Biden.
The Democrats are in free fall. They don't know what to do. Biden is calling people lying dog-faced pony soldiers.
You're a lying dog-faced pony soldier. You said you were, but now you got to be honest. I'm going to be honest with you.
What does that mean? Please, someone?
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This is the Frells family. They live on a piece of land they call greener pasture, and they work on it behind the wheel of a John Deere 1 Series tractor. With its durable construction and features that hook up to dozens of attachments with ease, no job is too tough. The Frells family runs with us, because this is more than just land. It's home. Nothing runs like a Deere. Get a 1 Series tractor for just $99 per month at your John Deere dealer today. For additional cost information, please call toll-free 855-633-2315.
Attention everyone! Dell's President's Day sale is still on. Get monumental savings on Dell business PCs with Intel Core processors and business tech. Deals are live now. Our small business technology advisors can help you find the right tech for your business at President's Day prices by calling 877-BUY-DELL. Plus, get free shipping on everything. Just call 877-BUY-DELL or visit Dell.com/business deals.
Hi, I'm Frank Thomas, the Big Hurt, Hall of Fame baseball player. For me, swinging the bat and chasing my kids, it caught up with me. So I used Ecoderm, Relief Cream plus full spectrum CBD. It really made a difference, and it might be right for you too. I want to send you a free sample of Ecoderm, Relief Cream plus full spectrum CBD. Just text Ecoderm to 31996. This lab-tested cream from EcoSciences uses the highest quality hemp with the richest profiles on the market. We've been making quality CBD products for almost a decade and want to share this revolutionary cream with you today. Find out what this CBD craze is all about and if it really works for you. Ecoderm. Try it for free by texting Ecoderm to 31996. Text Ecoderm to 31996.
Text Ecoderm to 31996 now for your free sample from Frank Thomas while supplies last.
Nature Valley brings that satisfying crunch that gets your family going again with real delicious honey and whole grain oats. So get out here. Nature Valley Oats and Honey Crunchy Bars. The original crunch.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, and your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com.
7:07, Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, and Jim Telemonti.
Kennedy inbound. Scattered delays start at Cumberland. It's 42 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 16 from Montrose. No savings to the Express. Outbound, it's 36 minutes to O'Hare. Eden's 25 minutes like Cook to the Junction. The Eisenhower is running 45 minutes, 390 to downtown. Mount Stevenson, delays start at 126, then it's 49 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 24 minutes, I-80 to the Murray Division 422. Seeing delays on northbound Lakeshore Drive, Roosevelt to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State at 70 from the 83rd Street toll to 75th, to Stevenson to 47th, and from Reagan toll it past the Eisenhower. That's traffic. I'm Jim Telemonti on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next in our 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center. Our meteorologist, Steve Williams.
Lots of clouds around this morning. It'll be breezy, some sun by the afternoon. High today 38. Clear tonight, low 15. Partly sunny, chilly tomorrow, the high 28. And then sunshine, a cold day on Thursday, high 24. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
37 at O'Hare. Next news, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Don't miss the Ruger event at Shoot Point Blank, now through February 23rd. Save on all Ruger firearms, including the Ruger SR9C 9mm, starting at $279.99. Shop the Ruger event, in-store or online at shootpointblank.com.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. His book, Clinton Cash, was a centerpiece of the 2016 presidential election. His subsequent book, Secret Empires, continued on this theme of addressing politicians, political families, both sides of the aisle, that leverage their political office for personal enrichment. Some would argue unjust enrichment. And he's done it again. His book that is out now that frames the 2020 election, and many of the participants, including the current Democrat Socialist Party frontrunner, are profiled in Peter Schweizer's new book, Profiles in Corruption, Abuse of Power by America's Progressive Elite, the top of the hypocritical food chain, if you will. Bernie Sanders, not a poor man, out of the commune, Bernie and Jane are. And I think we should start there with Peter Schweizer. Peter, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, great to be with you guys. Thanks for having me.
So, recently, the last couple of tax years, Bernie and Jane have had a combined income north of $1 million mostly from book royalties and book sales. But of course his generous Senate salary that we all pay. But one of the things that you point out, they do this little game that other politicians do too. You get an advance, but they also use Senate campaign funds or presidential campaign funds to buy thousands of copies of the book, to distribute at events and so on and so forth. So it's a quote unquote legitimate campaign expense, but it also goes to his bottom line to increase the royalties he gets from the publisher. So it's a nice little twofer that Bernie and Jane do there to augment their income at present.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, it's U.S. senators are allowed to take book advances. They do it, but nobody has been more prolific in writing books than Bernie Sanders. In fact, he has written far more books than he's actually passed successful legislation during his career. And that's fine. But the problem is, as you point out, that he's taken more than $500,000 of campaign funds to buy copies of his own books, which he distributes. That certainly helps his advances and helps, his arrangement with his publisher. So that's kind of the first layer of the Bernie Sanders, income stream. The other one is media buying, which is one of the sort of dark arts of Washington, D.C. If you were running for the Senate, either one of you were running for the Senate, and you said, hey, I want you to do my media buying, spend $1 million on TV ads, the industry standard would be that $1 million would show up in the Federal Election Commission filings that you spent $1 million, but I would be entitled as the media buyer to a 15% commission or $150,000. That's kind of standard. Well, what's interesting about Bernie Sanders is very early on he realized this. So he put his wife in charge of media buying, even though, of course, she had no experience doing media buying. So they've made hundreds of thousands of dollars by doing media buys, which is unusual to have a spouse do that.
Well, and the thing about this, I know something about this too, working on a lot of campaigns and being a general consultant. If you have 7-figure ad budgets like Bernie Sanders does, then you're negotiating down that placement fee for your media buyer. It is not 15%. It's more like 2 or 3% if you're doing it right, and it's tiered based on different levels of spend. So if he's when he's just writing or the campaign is just writing a 15% kicker to her to technically do the media placement, then he's vastly overpaying with respect to the market rate for that service.
Yeah, I mean, we know that by tracing the money, we know that she and her children actually set up an LLC in the early 2000s that was registered at their home. And we know by doing some forensic work that they were the media buying entity. And we know that based on roughly $1 million of media buys that we were able to calculate, that she took in about $150,000.
Yeah, there you go.
The big mystery, and we do not know where this money went. So I'm not saying that we know that it ended up with the Sanders in any way, but the big mystery is the 2016 presidential campaign. What we know is that he spent $83 million on media buys. And those media buys were all done through a company called Old Town Media that had no website, that really had no other clients, that was registered to a residential cul-de-sac in suburban Virginia. So, we are talking there about, huge numbers in terms of media buying. We know that entity was controlled by two of Jane Sanders' friends. When Jane Sanders was asked about this by a reporter in Vermont, she simply hung up the phone and didn't answer the question. So we don't know where that money ended up, but to me, this is one of the things that we really need to clear up in Washington in general, but also I think with the Sanders, is this whole issue of media buying, because literally it does not show up on any FEC filings. You don't know who gets those media buys, and it could be a family friend or it could be anybody, and I think we need to have transparency there.
Let's rewind all the way back, because what you're talking about in real time has been sort of the story of the Sanders' rise in Vermont politics and national politics. His first job, like in life, being the mayor of Burlington, one of his first hires, Jane Sanders. So it's been this use of government to bring people on the payroll, and that carried forward with Burlington College and everything else. But just talk about sort of Bernie's patronage model of building his political career.
Yeah, I mean, Bernie's very interesting because he really was elected mayor of mayor of Burlington, Vermont at the age of 39. Prior to that, he really didn't hold a regular job. And there's lots of stories in the book about how, his utilities would be shut off. So he would run an extension cord from his apartment to the sweet old lady downstairs, and he'd plug into her power outlets. I mean, he did not consistently maintain a job. When he ran for the Senate in the 1970s on the third-party ticket, he collected unemployment insurance at the same time that he was a candidate. So once he becomes mayor, this was a big deal for Bernie at age 39. And one of the first things he did was hire his then-girlfriend, later wife Jane, and put her on the city payroll. Now, in Burlington, the Democrat City Council erupted and said, wait a minute, you can't do that. There's no job listed here. You didn't allow anybody else to compete for that job. And Bernie just, ignored them and said, this is the way that it's going to be. And that kind of began this pattern of, in that case, using taxpayer money, but using campaign money. He's put his children on various campaign payrolls. And when he created the Sanders Institute, his sort of nonprofit organization that morphed out of the 2016 campaign, he put his son in charge and gave him the largest salary, which I think was $100,000 for sort of a part-time job. So it's been a persistent problem, and it's reflected in the fact that Bernie Sanders has a rather large stock portfolio. I mean, people are surprised by this, but he has millions invested in the stock market, and they're not invested in what you'd call socially responsible investment funds. I mean, these aren't solar companies or organic beef, ranches. He's invested in big pharma and oil companies and all the things that he's regularly criticizing. It's this yawning gap between what he says and what he actually does.
Well, speaking of sons and helping them out politically, what did you uncover and a possible abuse of power, corruption as it pertains to presidential candidate Joe Biden?
Yeah, the Biden thing is unusual. I've done this for a while, exposing corruption. I've done it with both Republicans and Democrats. There was a Republican senator a couple years ago who I disclosed had 3 members of the family that were registered lobbyists. That's Senator Blunt from Missouri. And I thought that was pretty surprising to have that many family members sort of engaging in this sort of influence peddling self-enrichment. But with Joe Biden, he beat that. We have what I call the Biden Five. It's like the Jackson Five, but they can't sing and they can't dance. And the Biden Five are really, the 5 members of the family, Hunter Biden being one of them, who cashed in while he was vice president. You've got his brother James, his brother Frank, his sister Valerie, his daughter Ashley's husband, and Hunter. And they all benefited enormously. They got jobs. In some cases, they got large government contracts that they clearly were not qualified for. They had no background in that area previously. One brother set up an energy company and was involved in projects overseas that got taxpayer-backed loans from the Obama administration. He had no background in solar energy or any energy for that matter. And it's a very troubling problem, and it speaks to one of the root causes I always mention, which is the longer these individuals stay in Washington, D.C., I think the more and more tempting it becomes for them to cut these kind of corners. And of course, Joe Biden's been, started his elective career in politics in 1972.
With respect to Biden, a lot of pub has been devoted to Hunter, but as you mentioned, this goes well beyond Hunter, the Biden Five. And it's interesting because there's a pattern, the same pattern with Hunter. Joe Biden is the administration's point man for Ukraine. Hunter's in Ukraine. Joe Biden is the administration's point man for China. Hunter is doing business with the Chinese communists. And with the other family members, Joe Biden is the point man for the administration in Central America, and the brothers are doing deals with with and in Central American countries.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And this is, I think, the key point. I mean, I think, look, everybody realizes who spends 5 or 10 minutes studying politics in America recognizes if your last name is Biden or your last name is Bush, you're going to have certain advantages. That's just one of the things in life. The same thing happens in Hollywood. If you're connected with a famous family, the problem in the Biden case is not just the fact that they got the deals, but the timing of these deals, because the timing of the deals corresponds almost precisely to Joe Biden being given sort of a central role in Obama administration policy. For example, Joe Biden becomes the sort of one of the key figures in Iraqi reconstruction, where we're spending billions of dollars reconstructing Iraq. Well, in November of 2010, a Biden family friend, Kevin Justice, a guy from Delaware who's known him for a long time, comes to the White House, meets with Biden's people. We don't know what they discussed, but we do know that he had just started a new construction company called Hillstone International. 3 weeks later, James Biden, Joe Biden's brother, becomes executive vice president of the new construction company. He has no background in construction or in large project management. And within 6 months, they land a $1.5 billion contract to build homes in Iraq, 100,000 homes in Iraq. So how does that happen for a new construction company with a senior executive that has no background in construction? I think it's pretty clear it happens because Joe Biden is one of the leading figures in Iraqi reconstruction projects.
And ultimately, they that company had to back out of that deal, right?
Right, exactly, because they did not have the capacity or the capability to do it, and I think that government auditors looked at this and said, you don't have the ability to pull this off. They did get other projects with the State Department and elsewhere that were smaller, but it speaks to the fact that this insider game exists in Washington, and sometimes people will say all of them do this. All of them don't do this. There are people on both sides of the aisle that do not do this. And I don't think we should normalize it by accepting it, regardless of who does it, whether they're Republican or Democrat.
All right, let's touch on a couple more. You, in addition to Biden and Bernie, you got Kamala Harris, Cory Booker, Elizabeth Warren, Sherrod Brown, Amy Klobuchar, and Eric Garcetti, mayor of L.A. want to talk to you about Elizabeth Warren because, of course, her campaign is ostensibly all about middle-income families. And, and she does this Tom Joad routine where she grew up in the Dust Bowl, mom, pa, and that whole deal. And really the campaign, as Megan McArdle pointed out, it seems more like it's about the sort of stylish problems of wealthy suburban women. And talk about Elizabeth Warren, who happens to be a wealthy suburban woman.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that Elizabeth Warren's net worth is, we only know in ranges because they don't have to disclose exact numbers, but her net worth is around $12 million. And look, they pay you well on the Harvard faculty. They don't pay you that well. So the question becomes, where did her money come from? And what's interesting about it is she actually played one of the, I would argue, dirtiest but most common games in Washington, D.C. People don't realize in the mid-1990s, she's a Harvard law professor. She gets hired by Congress to help rewrite portions of U.S. bankruptcy laws. And she talks about in legal affidavits the fact that her recommendations and her language was incorporated into the bankruptcy code. Well, here's what's interesting. What does she do? She's still advising Congress after they pass some laws. While she's advising Congress, she gets in contact with large corporations and says, these laws are going to be an issue for you, possibly. So why don't you hire me to help navigate around the laws that I actually wrote? And she gets hired by a whole host of companies that are facing class action lawsuits. Dow Chemical, for example, over the controversy over breast implants. Armstrong Worldwide over asbestos. And they all pay her the equivalent in today's dollars of about $1,000 an hour, advising them how to minimize their liability and avoid some of the payments that they might have to make in these large class action torts. There's nothing illegal about this. Certainly corporations are entitled to representation, but this runs totally contrary to the narrative that she portrays, that she fights corporations, that she fights for the little guy. She says, I've always fought for the little guy. It's just not true. And she leveraged her government employment as a consultant to cash in big time with corporations. And we know she's made millions of dollars in that consulting work she did for large corporations.
That's sort of like a combo of insider trading and the old smash and grab. It's a nice little twofer that she's utilized there. One more, but just because he's another phony, Cory Booker, who does his Jenny from the Block routine. I live in the hood in Newark and all this. Tell us about Cory Booker's.
He's down with the struggle, man.
I know him and T-Bone. I know. What about Cory Booker's largesse?
Yeah, I mean, Cory Booker is contrary to image that, he's this fresh reform figure in politics, just earnest and devoted. I mean, he is a classic Newark, New Jersey machine politician. And we go through in great detail all the aides and senior officials while he was mayor that were political allies of his and friends that ended up going to jail. Because they were engaged in bribery or other forms of corruption. When he was elected mayor, one of the first things he did was hire the teenage son of one of his top donors and supporters to handle IT and creating a new website for the city of Newark. And they paid this kid more than $1 million to do this, which of course he totally screwed up, and they had to hire someone else. And that's just kind of a small glimpse into how he ran the city of Newark. Once he became a U.S. Senator, he sort of transplanted that machine in Washington, D.C. And the way we trace this, we talk about this in the book, is he has a couple of close aides that have been with him from the beginning. They're big fundraisers for him. They help run his campaigns. They're also registered lobbyists, which, again, that's fine. I mean, lobbying is a legal activity. The problem is that you can chart and see the clients that his two close friends get based on his committee assignments. So, for example, when he first comes into the U.S. Senate, he's not on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and his best friends have no foreign clients. when Cory Booker becomes a U.S. Senator, member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, they're suddenly signing up foreign clients galore. And there seems to be pretty clear evidence that he is doing the direct bidding of his friends who are these registered lobbyists who are also raising money for him. And it's the sort of typical machine game that you see in Washington, D.C., and again, runs totally contrary to the image that Cory Booker has of being this reform-minded guy who is just earnestly trying to make the right decision.
Yeah, and it's just the old game of sort of one middle step of unjust enrichment rather than right to my pocket. It's converting my position for campaign cash, which then gets me reelected, which then goes to my pocket.
Exactly, and this is what I call offshoring corruption. This is a really important point you're making here, Dan, is people need to recognize that, in the eyes of the law, and I'm not saying that we know legally that this meets the definition of bribery, but, it's not just bribery if you give a benefit to a politician. If you give a benefit to a close friend or a family member in return for official favors, in the eyes of the law, that's the same thing. But it's a lot harder to prove, and it looks a whole lot better if you're not receiving the direct benefits. So instead of giving somebody a shoebox full of cash, maybe you hire their kid or you hire their best friend who's a lobbyist. The effect is the same. You're essentially, buying a favor from a political figure, but the political figure can say, well, look, I didn't get any money. I didn't benefit from it. And it's a very slippery thing to deal with. I don't know that you can pass laws to try to fix it, but what we do need to do is be mindful of it, and we need to expose it, and I think we need to call people out, whoever's doing it.
And that's what Peter Schweitzer has done in his new book, Profiles in Corruption, Abuse of Power by America's Progressive Elite. Peter Schweitzer, president of the Government Accountability Institute, author of New York Times bestsellers Clinton Cash, Secret Empires, and now this one, Profiles in Corruption. Peter, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Bloomberg must really like the taste of shoe leather at 7:37.
And later, a Florida man not allowed to bring a cutout of Trump to dialysis. We'll explain. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
38 degrees. Skies are cloudy for now. Sun is on the way in the forecast. Former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg will be on the stage for Wednesday night's Democrat presidential debate in Nevada. The billionaire businessman and philanthropist qualified for that debate on the strength of his rising poll numbers. Boy Scouts of America seeking protection under the federal bankruptcy code. Scouts filed for Chapter 11 protection overnight to sign the 110-year-old organization and its financial instability, which faces hundreds of lawsuits from men who say Scout leaders sexually abused them when they were boys, is getting worse. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham is lashing out against former Justice Department employees who are calling on Attorney General Bill Barr to resign over what they say is poor handling of the Roger Stone case. During an interview on Fox News, the South Carolina senator says he stands by Barr's decision to knock down the 7 to 9 year sentence and sees no wrongdoing.
And I trust Bill Barr as much as anybody I've ever met in the law, and he's going to do the right thing by the country.
Barr came under fire last week after the Justice Department intervened in the sentencing for Roger Stone, who was convicted for obstruction of justice, lying to Congress, and witness tampering. A Michigan man this morning is blasting the State Department for not helping to get Americans like him and his wife home amid the coronavirus outbreak. Steve Muth and his wife have been in a hotel in Cambodia since Thursday when they were let off their cruise ship after the vessel was quarantined with no contact from federal officials. Says he's shocked that the nation's ambassador to Cambodia has not visited.
I had 600 plus Americans in crisis, in transit, trying to get home. I think I'd be here probably once a day, maybe twice a day. Maybe I'd camp out here.
Muth is also now fearful that anyone who speaks out about not being able to easily get back in the U.S. will find it harder to travel. The UAW is mourning the death of its seventh president. Owen Beamer died yesterday at the age of 90. The West Michigan native led the union from 1983 to 1995 and co-founded the first UAW local in the city of Grand Rapids in 1949 when he was just 19. Former Chicago public school teacher charged with sexually assaulting a 13-year-old boy last year is due in bond court today. Police say Sarah Damian abused the teen in a Logan Square home between January 15th and March 8th of last year. Man is in critical condition following a horrific single-vehicle crash in Waukegan Township. Lake County Sheriff's Office says the accident happened yesterday at Green Bay Road and Keith Avenue. Chicago sports finds the Fighting Illini with a must-win over Penn State tonight. The Illini dropping out of the latest college basketball poll after a 4-game losing streak. The news service of Lowe's. Do it right to save 5% every day by shopping at Lowe's. In-store or online, save 5% on eligible purchases just by using your Lowe's Advantage card. Do it right for less. Start with Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. Cannot be combined with other credit offers. Exclusions apply. See store for details. U.S. only. 7:33 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Steve Cortez.
Regarding Vindman, a mid-level bureaucrat, which is what he is in the National Security Council, does not have the right to determine the foreign policy of the United States of America. Donald Trump was hired essentially to be the leader of American foreign policy, and he deserves a staff that aims to fulfill his priorities, not the goals of the political class.
The Steve Cortez Show. Weeknights at 5, right before Larry Elder at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
The auto show is here, and that means the lowest prices of the year at Joe Cotton Ford in Carroll Stream. Saving you money, real money, as in thousands of dollars, is what we're all about. If you're ready for a new or certified pre-owned used vehicle, now is the time to come into Joe Cotton Ford. Our auto show specials will prove that to you. Like 0% for 66 months on select 2020 Explorers plus $4,500 rebate, or 0% for 72 months on 2019 F-150s, or 0% for 66 months on 2020 Escapes plus $2,500 rebate. Come see why we're Chicagoland's best Ford buying experience. It's our promise to you. We'll treat you great and save you money. From 3 generations of our family to yours, for 45 years, you have our word on it. At Gary and North Avenue in Carroll Stream or at joecottonford.com.
To qualified buyers plus tax, title license, and dealer fees through 2/28/20. See dealer for details. joecottonford.com.
Don't you love that feeling when you've just nailed your look? When someone you barely even know comes up to you and says, "Oh, I love that outfit. Where did you get it?" That's how it feels to use Stitch Fix. They're a personal styling service. Tell them what you love, and they send great clothes for you to try on at home. Stitch Fix is simple. Sign up in just a few minutes. Tell them about the brands you love and the looks that make you feel great. Stitch Fix is convenient. Get everything delivered right to you, so you can try on new styles in the comfort of your own home. Stitch Fix is on your terms and priced to fit your budget. There's no subscription required, ever. Keep what you want and send back anything you don't. So, isn't it time you started nailing your look? Get started today at StitchFix.com. Stitch Fix, personal styling for women, men, and kids. Stitch Fix, personal styling for everybody.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com.
7:36. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time and Jim Telemonti.
Inbound Kennedy traffic is heavy from Cumberland much of the way to the Bird Circle. It's a 52-minute trip. O'Hare to downtown, 27 from Montrose, 21 on the Express. Outbound 38 minutes to the airport. Eden's 22 minutes, Lake Cook Junction, outbound 20. Inbound Eisenhower, 49 minutes, 390 to downtown, 36 from Wolf. Outbound 33 minutes to 390. Stevenson, 50 minutes, 355 to the drive. Bryan, 30 minutes from 95th. Northbound Tri-State delays are 95th to 75th. From the Stevenson to 47th. From the Reagan Tollway to the Ike. Northbound Veterans Memorial, 75th to the Reagan Tollway. Lakeshore Drive, southbound delays are Belmont to North Avenue. Northbound Roosevelt to Jackson. That's traffic. I'm Jim Telemonti on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next in our 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center. A breezy, cloudy day this morning. Sun and clouds this afternoon, a high of 38. Clear and colder overnight, low 15. Currently 38. Next news at 8, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by On Target Radio. From firearms and Second Amendment rights to personal freedoms and government intrusions. Listen here Sunday nights at 9.
If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. This is how I want Mike Bloomberg to exit the debate stage tomorrow night.
I'll tell you where I'm going.
Oh, beautiful, Michael.
First, Iowa, then New Hampshire. Maybe I can get the whole country to behave.
That's so creepy.
Caesar Mike Bloomberg as Mary Poppins in a 2007 performance of Mary Poppins, truly. And if you watch the video, then he's whisked away on wire.
String, like the wire.
Yeah. Oh, wouldn't that be great
Invisible
if he left the stage that way? I think that'd be
He
fun.
accidentally hit his head on the way up. No.
Yeah, he's trying to get the country to behave. I'll tell you, he's enlisting some real heavy hitters. No less than Sam Donaldson. Endorsing
Our guy from El Paso, Sam Donaldson.
Mr. President. Me doing Kevin Nealon doing Sam Donaldson. Yes, that's Sam Donaldson.
I'm Sam Donaldson. I was a reporter in Washington for 52 years. I've covered every political campaign for the presidency in this country, beginning with Barry Goldwater through George W. Bush. Donald J. Trump is a threat to the country. He doesn't understand our Constitution. He doesn't seem to care about a lot of people. Donald Trump doesn't understand the world. I've never seen any presidential campaign that I think was as important as this one is, because we never had the country in the hands of someone who I think is not qualified to be president. We want to say our president not only knows how to do it, but he's a great leader, a great role model for our children, and a great person that the rest of the world looks up to. Bloomberg can do it. I'm backing Mike Bloomberg. He understands people. He proved that as mayor of New York. And Bloomberg can beat Trump.
Sam Donaldson, huh? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636-DA, turnkey.pro text line. Are you as shocked as I am that a legendary member of the White House press corps would be endorsing a Democrat for president? That's stunning.
It is shocking. Michael Douglas is also supporting him. And one thing effective, though, that Michael Bloomberg has done, incorporating President Obama in most of his TV ads. I mean, why can't Joe Biden, if they're such good friends, Obama and Biden, why couldn't Biden get him to help him out in a few campaign ads?
Obama's not helping him. Obama's not helping Bloomberg. Bloomberg is doing that of his own volition, a stylized version of their relationship. In point of fact, Bloomberg and Obama are not friendly. And there were many disagreements, and Bloomberg resisted endorsing Obama and chided both Obama and Romney back in 2012 because neither was living up to the standard of Mike Bloomberg when it came to political discourse, blah, 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 blah. So, no, it's a feint by Bloomberg, like his entire campaign, where he's using the power of his purse. I mean, he did play Mary Poppins.
He did.
The power of his purse to feed the identitarians in the Democrat primary and hope that nobody watches, or listens to the Bloomberg in his own words over the last decade, because every day there is a new revelation of Bloomberg saying things that are intemperate at best, poor word choices at best, really intemperate at minimum. Like, for example, yesterday, more from Bloomberg from 2011 on young Black and Latino men.
Cohort of Black and Latino males aged, let's say, 16 to 25 that don't have jobs, don't have any prospects, don't know how to find jobs, don't know what their skill sets are, don't know how to behave in the workplace where they have to work collaboratively.
But isn't it nice to know exactly what a politician thinks of you? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636, type in DA, then a quick comment.
A little
That's stinging.
Little dismissive. you can charitably hear what he was attempting to say about kids that are not in good schools, are not getting access to quality education, the opportunity to earn a quality education, have a difficult family situation, are engaged in unproductive, if not criminal behavior. And what do we do about those young people? And this is a problem in urban centers, not limited to New York, of course. But that's not the way it comes across. The way it comes across is very imperious and dismissive, which is the way Bloomberg comes across regardless of who he's addressing.
He's a snob. And again, when I talked about it's nice to know exactly what a politician thinks of you, what does this politician, a New Yorker, think of the farmers? You know, the people who work hard day in and day out and feed America. Actually, they feed the world.
Anybody, even people in this room, so no offense intended, to be a farmer. It's a process. You dig a hole, you put a seed in, you put dirt on top, add water, up comes the corn. Then we had 300, you could learn that. Then you have 300 years of the Industrial Society. You put the piece of metal on the lathe, you turn the crank in the direction of the arrow, and you can have a job. And we created a lot of jobs. 98% of the world worked in agriculture. Today, it's 2% in the United States. Now comes the information economy. And the information economy is fundamentally different because it's built around replacing people with technology, and the skill sets that you have to learn are how to think and analyze. And that is a whole degree level different. You have to have a different skill set. You have to have a lot more gray matter.
Yeah, so some of what he said about the nature of the economy changing over the generations is of course true. You have to have a lot of gray matter. I mean, the problem again is it comes across as dismissive.
And this was only 4 years ago when he was speaking at Oxford University.
That's right. Farmers are problem solvers. Mm-hmm. Farmers incorporate technology. Farming today isn't what it was a generation or 3 generations ago. There are innovations in farming, vertical farming that's actually happening in warehouses. So you can, basically, like companies like Plenty, where you can actually, produce a lot more food for the space you need to occupy because of technology and innovation in the space of food production. So it's just like any other sector. Yes, it's less labor intensive than it used to be thanks to technological innovation, but that doesn't mean that somebody who's working a combine right now couldn't be a coder or work in the information economy if he so in a different capacity, if he or she so chose.
So condescending.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's just dismissive. And it's the same thing, by the way. Everybody focused on the farmer and his, being the anti-Paul Harvey. They're talking about farmers. Also, the guy he's talking about operating the manual lathe at a manufacturing facility, and today you operate a digital lathe. But yeah, a lot of the same guys that are operating manual lathes are operating digital lathes, and they've learned they've learned the technology, and they're more efficient, and the machines are more efficient, and the businesses are more efficient. It's just the whole attitude that if you're not in that room at Oxford, which is one of the other quotes that surfaced last week from him, then you're, the hoi polloi that we have to manage because you can't take care of yourself. And that's why I loved his little Mary Poppins impersonation there where he talked about getting the whole country to behave, because that's his attitude.
And I mean, it's his lack of respect for blue-collar workers. That's what I hear when I'm listening to these old clips.
Well, yes. And, I mean, it's just... it's just across the board.
Right.
I mean, pick a group, women, young minority men, farmers, manufacturers, people that worked in an industry that was largely manual once upon a time, is largely digital now, and you will find something insulting from Mike Bloomberg.
And the news that was breaking overnight, I'm sure you heard, but there's a new national poll out that shows him in second place, so now he qualifies for tomorrow night's debate on NBC.
Mm-hmm. Bernie, the problem he has is if Bernie runs the table into Super Tuesday, then it becomes difficult. And if Bernie piles up even a plurality of delegates,
it's over.
How do you not confer the nomination to Bernie?
I mean, what if moderates continue to split the vote? Then Sanders he's going to be unstoppable.
There are no moderates. There are no moderate candidates. Thus, there are very few moderate voters. So there may be moderate voters in the Democrat Party.
Right, and who are they voting?
There are no. Who's the moderate candidate?
Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar.
How do you figure?
They're not as they don't. I mean, they want Medicare for all, but they want to roll into it slowly, as opposed to Bernie, who on the first day is going to have health care for everyone, going to eliminate college loans, student loan debt, and free college for everybody.
That's the distinction between a Leninist and a Trotskyite, which is to say, not much of a distinction. There are no moderate candidates in this field based on the substance of the positions they're taking. Forget their mannerisms or their bedside manner. On the substance of the positions they're taking, Pete Buttigieg is as radical as anybody in that field. You know, pay attention. Strip away the veneer and look at what they're actually proposing. People need to do this. Moderates. Don't listen to the pap you're getting from the D.C. press corps about who's a moderate and who isn't. Joe Biden's a moderate. Joe Biden's running around parroting Bernie Sanders saying, yeah, we have to be open to putting fossil fuel company execs into prison. For what? For being a fossil fuel company executive. Are you insane? They are all of the same ilk. Bernie Sanders has moved them all to his direction, which is why he's winning, because the others are just trying to pantomime him with a more charming veneer. That's the distinction in this, with the exception of Bloomberg, who's he's got a bit of Pinochet in him. He's a bit of an authoritarian capitalist, mostly believes in capitalism as it pertains to his own enrichment. Lee and Hammond, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey guys, two things. You know, Sam Donaldson brags about being in the D.C. press corps for 52 years. That means he was there for the construction of the swamp. I guess he missed that story. And then the other thing, as far as somebody who's spent my whole life working in industry, Bloomberg's an example of how you can, if you're crooked enough, and you can be dumb as a rock and still make millions of dollars. For him to make comments about working people the way he does, the guy's got no exposure to what people do in the real world.
Thanks for the call, Lee. Well, that's a great point. I mean, this whole bias in favor of rich people. Rich is a synonym for smart. Middle income is a synonym for mediocre intellect. Not true. People have different interests. Some people are more motivated by money than other people. Some people want to work the land. Some people want to work in construction. Some people want to be a teacher or a cop. And yeah, you're going to get good benefits, but you're not going to amass the sort of generational wealth that Bloomberg has, obviously. Yeah, I completely agree. Thanks for bringing that point up, Lee. It's so tiring, the idea that rich equals smart, rich equals wisdom, rich equals an ability in spaces that you've never operated in. Because you're rich, there's nothing you can't do. There's nothing you don't know.
But you're somehow held to a higher esteem. I never understood it.
It's.
But I'm glad tomorrow night
loathsome.
it's going to be great. I can't wait to see Bernie and Bloomberg fight it out.
Yeah.
Well,
right.
he can't hide behind his, advertisements anymore. Now we get to hear from him.
It's going to be scintillating.
Do you think he's going to stand on a box?
Those two 78-year-olds, Bloomberg with all the charisma of an oil painting, and Bernie Sanders yelling at him. That's a way to spend your Wednesday night. Marty in Naperville.
Marty, great show as usual, folks. And two things. One, anything Bloomberg said in the past, the left is just going to forget all about. Oh, that was a long time ago. And second of all, maybe a farmer should plant Bloomberg and water him. Maybe he'd grow.
Hi-oh. Thanks, Marty.
That's good. I like it.
One quote that will come back to haunt Bloomberg, and this is from his unauthorized collection of unauthorized sayings, this gift that was given to him by employees 30 years ago that's resurfaced. It's not calling one of his competitors a cokehead and a pejorative word for a gay person. No, it's not that.
Okay, what is it?
It's not ubiquitously using the B-job word in relation to women. It's not that.
What is it?
This is unrecoverable unless he recants and matches Jeff Bezos' $10 billion commitment to eco-terrorism. I believe in the capitalist system and free enterprise. That's a quote attributed to Bloomberg.
Yeah. Well,
that is
Bloomberg.
That is a suicidal statement in that party. David in McCook. Hold on here. Hold on. Okay, try that again. David in McCook.
Hey, good morning. I realize that the three of us aren't nearly as intelligent as Sam Donaldson, Robert De Niro, and the rest of the Hollywood elite.
That's right.
Does anybody really give a flying flip about their opinion on politics?
No. Thanks for the call. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's just sort of grist for the mill, right? I mean, it's just so much more for, people who are already, in the camp. I mean, Sam Donaldson going to move blocks of votes to Bloomberg? No.
Oh, no. I didn't even know he was still alive.
Exactly. John in Portage Park.
Hi, Dan and Amy. I was wondering if somebody's going to ask on the debate stage if when Bernie had his heart attack, if he used private insurance for his recovery or, government insurance. And also, if Michael Bloomberg's going to say, you're 75, Bernie, and, maybe if you have a heart attack, it's just time to quit,
Yeah, thanks for the call. That's the other thing, right? Thanks for reminding us. That's the other Bloombergism that came out yesterday. Bloomberg on, people that are getting up there in age. You come to the Bloomberg Care Center, and you want your prostate cancer treated.
And what things they can fix right away. If you're bleeding, they'll stop the bleeding. If you need an X-ray, you're going to have to wait. That's just, and all of these costs keep going up. Nobody wants to pay any more money. And at the rate we're going, healthcare is going to bankrupt us. So not only do we have a problem, it's going to bankrupt us. And we've got to sit here and say which things we're going to do and which things we're not. Nobody wants to do that. You show up with prostate cancer, and you're 95 years old, we should say, go and enjoy, have a nice meal, lead a long life.
Have one on me.
No cure, and you can't do anything. If you're a young person, we should do something about it. Society's not willing to do that yet. So we're going to bankrupt us, and we're not looking at...
Yeah, we're going to send you over to the Zeke Emanuel checkout counter. Is what we're going to do there. Greg in Jefferson Park.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, that Shrimpy Schmendrick got to come to Chicago in September of this year for the International Manufacturing Technology Show. He talks about lathes and all that. You go to that show, and you guys can go to that show, too. It is absolutely unbelievable, the amount of technology in manufacturing.
I know.
And, I mean, you got companies there that spend $10 million on their booths. It is incredible. Anybody can go to the show. He ought to go to it. One of the things that technology's done in manufacturing is it's really increased the wages with respect to that people know using robotics and everything. You can't be a moron. You're not just standing there, putting a bolt or a nut on a bolt. I mean, it is high tech these days.
Thanks for the call, Greg, and great points. Everything that Mike Bloomberg knows about manufacturing sector, he learned watching Michael Keaton in Gung Ho. So you have to factor that in. Richard in Blue Island.
Yeah, hey, Dan and Amy. I would say Michael Bloomberg, who's supposed to have all this gray matter over farmers, there's a man by the name of Victor Davis Hanson who is also a farmer, but he's more than a farmer. He is he's an author. He's
historian,
a professor.
Yes, right. Yes, no, we're very familiar with VDH and his California dreaming. Thanks for the call, Richard. Yes, good point. Good example. He's a professor in the classics, VDH. Tony in Downers Grove.
Hey, Dan, how did it work against Trump when everybody brought up what he did in the past? It didn't work too well. It's not going to work against Bloomberg. So, you know what? If he gets past Sanders, he better craft the message and craft it well.
Well,
he does have a lot of money to combat things.
I agree with that, Tony, but here's what I would say. We're not talking about the general election right now. We're talking about whether he dies the death of 1,000 cuts in the Identitarian Party primary. I agree with you that all of this will dissipate in importance if he gets to the general, but it is important right now, given the electorate he's actually facing, the party, the nomination that he seeks from the party from which he seeks it. That this is why these things are a problem for him. Thanks for the call, Tony.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
After 25 years of building websites for all kinds of companies in many different industries, AmericanEagle.com realized a well-designed website is also your best employee, bringing efficiency, revenue, production, showing up every day, giving above and beyond to increase your bottom line. That's what a website designed, developed, and hosted by AmericanEagle.com has brought to so many clients. An AmericanEagle.com website is a 24/7 branding exercise, building rapport and thus brand equity while you sleep. Companies like WeatherTech have relied on AmericanEagle.com's website design and development and hosting capabilities for years. When some of the world's top brands need a reliable company to prepare their sites for high-traffic events like the Super Bowl, who do they call? AmericanEagle.com. Their clients have come to rely on them for a full line of website services, from consulting and strategy to digital marketing, hosting, and maintenance. Give the team at AmericanEagle.com a call today. 1-877-WEB-NOW. The number 1 is the number. AmericanEagle.com is the website. 1-877-WEB-NOW1 is the number.
If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, then you need to call Team Hochberg. Today, meet Don and Claire living in a $400,000 home in Chicago. Team Hochberg loan officer Kevin Kochman helped Don and Claire secure their mortgage when they purchased their home in 2015 with 5% down. Property values are up and rates are down, so Kevin helped them refinance, remove their PMI, and save them over $260 a month. Let's review. Team Hochberg helped Don and Claire secure a mortgage in 2015 with only 5% down and just refinanced their home, removed their private mortgage insurance, and saved them over $3,000 a year. If you'd like to remove your PMI and substantially reduce your monthly payment, call Team Hochberg now at 855-56-DAVID or visit 56david.com. Team Hochberg helped Don and Claire as well as thousands of AM 560 listeners, but we can't help if you don't call 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. Homeside Financial Legal Housing Lender, LMLS 1124061.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll talk to Charles Lehman, social issues and policy writer for the Washington Free Beacon, about the increase in America's suicide rate at 808.
And another reason to boycott the Summer Olympics. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
A murder-for-hire charge in the Dixon school for the Dixon school shooter's father. WIND Chicago News Time. It's 8 o'clock.
They need another podium in Nevada. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. This morning, Mike Bloomberg became the 6th Democrat to qualify for tomorrow night's presidential debate, the day after Bernie Sanders again railed against all those Bloomberg TV ads.
Now, Mr. Bloomberg, like anybody else, has a right to run for president. He does not have a right to buy the presidency.
Now, Bloomberg finished second in a new national Marist NPR PBS poll to qualify, getting 19%, trailing only Bernie Sanders, who has 31%. Bloomberg has also risen in some state polls. A Monmouth survey from Virginia has he and Sanders tied for first. Another 88 passengers on the quarantine cruise ship in Japan are sick with the coronavirus. It's now up to more than 500. Hundreds of Americans were taken off that ship and flown back to the U.S. 14, though, are infected. Some Americans, like Matthew Smith, chose to stay on the ship.
We didn't want to leave this quarantine before it was done and expose ourselves to potentially the people who had the virus.
More ex-Justice Department employees have joined the call for Attorney General Bill Barr to resign. Fox's John Decker's live at the White House.
An emergency meeting has been called by the head of the Federal Judges Association to address the intervention in politically sensitive cases by President Trump and Attorney General William Barr. The meeting's announcement comes on the heels of a public letter by more than 2,000 former Justice Department employees calling on Barr to resign over his intervention in the case of longtime Trump confidant Roger Stone. Barr continues to have the support of President Trump, and no Republican lawmakers have publicly said that Barr should step down. Dave?
John, the judge in the Stone case will hold a hearing today, 2 days before sentencing's planned. The prosecutors who quit the case recommended up to 9 years for lying to Congress in the Russia probe for Stone. Barr intervened, calling for less prison time, insisting it was not at the president's request. President Trump just tweeted the whole special counsel Mueller investigation was illegal, phony, everything to do with it should be thrown out. America's listening to Fox News.
In Chicago, we have 38 degrees. 8:02 on AM 560, The Answer. And good morning, I'm Mike Scott. A former Chicago public school teacher is charged with sexually assaulting a 13-year-old boy last year and is due in bond court today. Police say Sarah Damian abused the teen in a Logan Square home between January 15th and March 8th of last year. Authorities are searching for answers after a 17-year-old boy was shot on the far north side. Police say the teen was walking last night in the 2300 block of West Jarvis when someone armed with a gun approached and fired shots at the victim, hitting him in the right arm, abdomen, and chest. He's was taken to St. Francis Hospital and remains in critical condition. The teen shooting follows a weekend in Chicago where 11 children were wounded by gunfire. Father of a young man who brought a gun to Dixon High School for graduation practice in 2018 is facing murder for hire charges. Prosecutors in Lee County yesterday said Matthew Milby Sr. wanted to hire someone to kill two people he knows. No one is saying who the intended victims are. His son, Matthew Milby Jr., has been found unfit to stand trial on charges that he brought that gun to school in 2018 and fired it before a school resource officer was able to stop him. Illinois visits ninth-ranked Penn State tonight. Fighting Illini dropping out of the latest college basketball poll after a 4-game losing skid. It's 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank. And now the latest from the Fox Business Network.
I'm Deirdre Bolton, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Apple shares are losing ground after it revealed the impact of the coronavirus on its business, saying both production in China and sales of iPhones and other products in China have been impacted. Walmart shares are also lower after its earnings for the holiday quarter were weaker than expected. Bert Flickinger, managing director at Strategic Resource Group, says the impact of the coronavirus in China on Walmart's business may be limited.
Walmart's made a strategic switch to consumable food, beverage. Most of their sales are fresh, refrigerated, and frozen food sourced from the U.S., and the general merchandise that they import, those only turn 1 or 2 times a year, so the consumer's really not buying them much during spring and early summer.
The markets were closed yesterday for the President's Day holiday. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Ginny Cosola, invested in you.
It's 8:04, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Larry Elder sees the Democrats scrambling.
There is nothing short of panic on the part of Democrat donors and Democrat adults. Bernie Sanders is officially the frontrunner, and Bernie Sanders voters believe Bernie Sanders, is the best person to take on Donald Trump and believes he's the most electable. That's how deluded they are. They don't know what to do. I haven't had this much fun since spring break.
The Larry Elder Show, weeknights at 7, right before Jay Sekulow at 9 on AM 560. The Answer.
10, 15, 20, 30-year term, whole life, universal life, index universal life, variable universal life, long-term care. Are you confused yet? No need to be. For nearly 3 decades, Northern Resource Group has assisted families and businesses understand the maze of insurance and safe money choices. Then, after careful analysis of your needs, they shop and search every leading company to find the best products and services for your family or business. Whether it's tax advantage policies, living benefits, simple term insurance, or something else, Northern Resource Group excels in selection, underwriting, and service. Call Chicagoland-based Northern Resource Group to receive your free, valuable, all-life report. It's packed with educational and easy-to-understand information. Call toll-free 888-762-8020 or visit northernresourcegroup.com. Northern Resource Group, Chicagoland's insurance and safe money professionals. That's 888-762-8020 or online at northernresourcegroup.com. Again, that number, 888-762-8020.
This is the Frells family. They live on a piece of land they call greener pasture, and they work on it behind the wheel of a John Deere 1 Series tractor. With its durable construction and features that hook up to dozens of attachments with ease, no job is too tough. The Frells family runs with us because this is more than just land. It's home. Nothing runs like a Deere. Get a 1 Series tractor for just $99 per month at your John Deere dealer today. For additional cost information, please call toll-free 855-633-2315.
Attention everyone! Dell's President's Day sale is still on. Get monumental savings on Dell business PCs with Intel Core processors and business tech. Deals are live now. Our small business technology advisors can help you find the right tech for your business at President's Day prices by calling 877-BUY-DELL. Plus, get free shipping on everything. Just call 877-BUY-DELL or visit Dell.com/business deals.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, and your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com.
8:07, Team Hochberg traffic center time, and Jim Telemonte.
Inbound Kennedy traffic sticky from Harlem to the Bird Circle this morning. It's 55 minutes O'Hare to downtown, 30 from Montrose, New Savings the Express. Outbound 38 minutes for the airport. Edens, 22 minutes like the Junction. Outbound 24, inbound Eisenhower. An hour and 6 minutes, 390 to downtown. 55 minutes for Wolf. Outbound 46 minutes to 390. Stevenson, 50 minutes, 355 to the drive. Outbound 38. The Ryan is 30 minutes, 95 to downtown. I-57, 25 minutes, ID to the Merge, Bishop 423. Northbound Tri-State delays are 95th to 75th. From the Stevenson at 47. That's the Reagan Tollway to the Eisenhower. Northbound Veterans Memorial. Happy Boughton to the Reagan Tollway. That's traffic. I'm Jim Calamonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center. Breezy, cloudy this morning. Then sun breaks out with clouds for the afternoon. High 38, 15 overnight. Currently 38. Next news at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Mortgage Update with Dan Frio. Every Saturday morning at 7 on AM 560 The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Well, we've talked about this topic quite a bit, and we've talked to some people who shared very poignant, difficult stories about how suicide has impacted their family life, including most recently the story of Gabriel, that 12-year-old who took his own life in Chicago. Talked to his mom. The family started a foundation in his honor to try to help combat bullying in K through 12 school systems in part, but really to try to address kids who are demonstrating signs that they are in crisis in a depressive way. And it's just very difficult to get at the heart of the matter of why we've seen this trend upwards in suicide deaths. 50,000 in 2018 alone.
50,000?
Which is, about almost 50% more than automobile accidents. So, I mean, significant. And Richard Friedman, piece in the New York Times that we discussed. We've talked to Theodore Dalrymple, a psychologist on the topic, and others. And it's just difficult to zero in on what the variable is that helps most nearly explain why the rise, what's going on, so that we may have a roadmap for what we should be doing. For more on this topic, we're pleased to be joined by Charles Lehman, who's a social issues and policy writer for the Washington Free Beacon. He has written an extensive piece on the topic that is worth discussing as well. Charles, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on.
Let's go to one of the favorite explanations that's offered as suggestive, offered in a friendly way, but not a scientific one. Screen time. It's social media that's the culprit. That's the difference maker. That's the innovation over the last 2 decades that explains this trend upwards. Yet it is not the case according to the actual analyses that have been done. And you make the point, additionally, that if that were the case, then shouldn't we see suicides going up in other developed countries where kids are spending the same amount of time on social media or in front of a screen, and we don't see that happening either. So that seems to be an area that's popular to reference, but doesn't really bear out in terms of study.
Mm-hmm. So I did some other work on this particular issue that I allude to in the article that you're talking about. There's a couple of surveys that the Pew Research Center did where they actually asked teenagers, how do you experience screen usage? How do you experience social media? And what they say is most teens agree that they use screens too much. Most teens have a nuanced view of their experience with social media. They say that it does facilitate sort of worse interactions. It does facilitate bullying, but it also facilitates person-to-person relationships. It helps them form friendships, especially, if you think back to when maybe you went to camp over the summer as a kid, those are relationships that you can preserve much more robustly over social media today. So when you ask kids how they feel about it, they'll say they have a mixed experience. And I think about social media in particular as sort of a platform on which, or a space in which, some of the other trends that may be affecting teen suicidality and teen rates of suicide in particular can be amplified. But it's probably not a driver in and of itself for the reasons that you allude to in addition to that, because we don't see this increase in other developed countries, and because, frankly, what data we have, what research we have on the teen screening link is pretty equivocal at best in suggesting that there's a strong relationship.
Well, what about bullying? I know some people hate that term, but people who are bullied by other classmates online, or shamed, or you're even feeling isolated because you'll go on Facebook and everyone, oh, look, all your friends are at a party, but you weren't invited.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think that, so what we do know is from surveys, if you go look at the surveys distributed by the National Center for Education Statistics, shares of the teenage population that report being bullied and report being cyberbullied have actually declined over the past several years, which isn't totally surprising when you think about sort of the density of anti-bullying messages that surrounds modern kids. They're really told bullying kind of sucks, and they kind of agree with it, which doesn't mean it doesn't happen. It absolutely does, and there are terrible cases where it leads to kids making terrible choices. I think on the other hand, one trend that is relevant, there's a lot of research that indicates that what's talked about as suicide contagion, that if somebody in your community commits suicide, others are more likely to also commit suicide. And it is quite possible that social media propagates that in a way that we don't intend. This is part of why reporting on suicide has to be very cautious, because it's very easy for somebody to read about somebody committing suicide on their social media feed and for that to become more of a possibility to them. There's strong evidence, especially in teenagers, that there's a very real effect that you get clusters because of this.
What about this other data point that you address, the so-called incremental number of added suicides? I say that in quotation marks, over the last 20 years, and the method by which the suicide is carried out. I don't want to get macabre, but maybe there's something here. The majority of that increment, deaths by suffocation. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
is there anything notable about that?
Uh-huh. Yeah, so just for, I guess, a little context for your listeners, I look at, between 1999 and today, I look at, by the method of suicide, what the underlying methods were. Partially to look at the relevance of firearm deaths, and what I find is that things designated as suffocation deaths are actually much more common. So there are any of a number of different potential explanations. We can't really set out from the data what's going on there. We can speculate a little bit. It may be the case that I suspect some of what is going on there is information propagating about what methods of suicide are more or less, for lack of a better word, comfortable, or at least involve less pain. So carbon dioxide inhalation, for example, is something that people learn how to do, or learn as an option available to them, which reduces the fear of pain associated with death, which may explain why some people are selecting suffocation for that method as compared to death by firearm.
What about deaths of despair, the so-called deaths of despair, middle-aged, working people who don't see a future and are either through addiction or some other means killing themselves?
So I do, and I touch on the concept generally, and I think that there are two sides to that story. There's good sociological evidence that the lives of a particular cohort of primarily white, middle-aged, primarily rural Americans who do not have a college degree have gotten substantially worse over the past 20 years as a function, in most part, of decision-making about the manufacturing industry in America. And there are lots of different negative indicators for that cohort. And I sort of caution against generalizing from that cohort to the state of American society. More broadly, one of the things that I point to is that all of our other indicators of societal happiness say that we're at one of the happiest points on record. There's not a lot of evidence to suggest that Americans are more lonely than we used to be. Americans report some of the highest levels of economic and also personal confidence in the past 40 years. So there are a lot of people who are not despairing, and there are high rates of saying there is a particular population whose lives have gotten worse in a particular way. And that's what I think Death Despair originally refers to. But it's very easy to elide that term, that definition, into an assumption that Americans' lives in general have gotten worse, and I don't think that that's true.
Well,
one other thing sorry, go ahead.
The other thing that you point out, I mean, just to cut right to it, is the suicide rate is only up for people under 30 years old. So, I mean, it's relatively stable across other age cohorts for those sort of death of despair, middle-aged white people in rural areas sort of line of argumentation. What you find in the data is it's only increased for people under 30.
Well, so the suicide rate is up across, and this is a weird nuance, the suicide rate is up across age groups. The rate of what experts call suicidality, which is
contemplating.
Thinking about suicide, is up only among under 30. So what's interesting there is that if those data are correct, and we're not sure they're correct, but if those data are correct, what it means is that among the over 30 population, there are not more people who are suicidal, but among the people who are suicidal, they are more likely to commit suicide, which to me indicates that there may be, again, more knowledge out there about how one would commit suicide. Which is concerning and a very different trend from people are more despairing for these exogenous reasons.
Well, is there any gray area between accidental overdoses that are marked as suicides?
There is some. It's possible, and I think there's a big debate about how intentional is any given overdose. But poisonings only account for the remaining fraction of the increase that I alluded to earlier. Poisonings account for something like 9%. So even if you assume that there's some larger share that's involving drugs, it's probably not going to swamp the other two major causes of suicide, which are suffocation and firearm death.
And so, when do we get to a conversation about character formation and how children are being raised, what parents are doing, preparing their child for the road versus trying to prepare the road for their child? Very different approach to parenting, those two choices I presented. When do we get to the loss of faith in America, the bump up the increasing suicide rate to the declining rate of faith and church attendance across different demographics and really across all age demographics? When do we start talking about that in terms of people having a hole in their center that they can't fill through through materialism or through any other means, and so they don't see anything bigger than themselves for consideration?
Yeah, so I think I have two responses there. One is two sort of very data-driven responses. One is that the share of the U.S. population that says that suicide is, and the language in the question is morally permissible. Is it morally permissible to commit suicide? If you're unhappy with your life, is it morally permissible to commit suicide in the event of an illness or if you've dishonored your family? The share that says yes to all of those has been rising over the past 40 years. Which means that alone probably didn't cause the sudden spike in 2000, but does mean that in general our culture has become more permissive of and less able to respond negatively to suicidal ideation. People who actually say to themselves, well, maybe I do want to make the choice to commit suicide. We are less well equipped today to say that's not the kind of choice that you should make. We are less able to say your life is worth more than that. We are less able to say you have obligations to others. We are taking away one of our key tools in sort of the fight against people harming themselves in this way by reframing it as something that ultimately is beyond our power to fix and something that can ultimately be a rational choice.
The Death with Dignity movement. The Death with Dignity movement and the laws associated with it. Yeah.
Exactly. And the other point that I want to make, So the big point of the article is basically there's this huge trend. The article is called "The Curious Case of America's Suicide Crisis," and the point of the article is that there's this big, insane trend, and we know nothing about it. We have no idea what's going on. There has to be some discrete cause or discrete causes that caused this sudden inversion increase in 2000. And part of what's going on is, if you ask social scientists, they don't have a good idea. The data aren't good enough. And we don't spend a lot of money on suicide research and suicide prevention in the United States by comparison to the magnitude of the problem. So while I agree with you that there's a conversation we've had about how we raise kids and the lessons that we teach them, there's also a conversation we've had about how much we prioritize understanding what's going on. Because if you want to have those informed conversations, not just with your kids, but as part of society, it's important to understand what the major drivers are. We just don't do enough to do that right now.
He is Charles Lehman, social issues and policy writer for the Washington Free Beacon. Check out his piece, The Curious Case of America's Suicide Crisis. Charles, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Take care.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
It may not be stomach issues.
For me, it's intense gas, or pain, or diarrhea, sometimes all at once, over and over.
I spent years with the symptoms, but could never figure it out.
No matter what I did, they never went away. So I decided to break it down for my doctor and get really specific about my symptoms.
We discovered that exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI, may be the reason for my stomach issues.
EPI is caused by my pancreas. It leads to diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, unexplained weight loss, and oily stools. The symptoms just don't go away.
But EPI can show up with even one symptom.
The good news? EPI is manageable.
But to get to the right diagnosis, you have to break it down for your doctor and get specific about the severity of your symptoms.
Visit identifyepi.com to learn more and use the symptom checker to help change the conversation with your doctor. Brought to you by AbbVie.
The weather outside might feel like winter, but if you have school-age kids, you should be thinking about back-to-school season. Specifically, you should be thinking about where you will be sending your kids to school this fall. If you've always felt like you didn't really have a choice to send your kids to a private school because of the cost, then listen up. We want to tell you about halfpriceschools.com. At halfpriceschools.com, you can find local private schools from all over Chicagoland offering vouchers for a full year of tuition at half the price with no catch. Find a school near you, purchase the tuition voucher, prepare to send your child off to school this fall. It's that simple. Halfpriceschools.com has schools located across Chicagoland, including Westminster Christian in Elgin, Christian Liberty Academy in Arlington Heights, Chicago Hope Academy on the west side of the city. Make private school a real option for your family for the first time this year. Don't wait. Many of these vouchers will sell out. Visit halfpriceschools.com today. That's halfpriceschools.com.
This is Attorney Stephen Leahy, host of the IRS Radio Hour, heard right here on AM 560 every Sunday evening at 5 o'clock. Let me tell you about Bill. Bill's business slowed down and he fell behind on his taxes. Instead of filing his tax return, he decided to wait until he could pay. Well, 1 year turned to 2, turned to 3. Then the IRS threatened to contact his customers, take his house, his bank account, and his passport. Well, Bill hired me. We filed all of his tax returns and an appeal to slow the IRS down. Then we worked out an installment agreement based on how much he could pay, not on how much he owed. Now Bill can rely on the IRS protection plan. We will file his future tax returns and keep the IRS off his back so Bill can focus on growing his business. If you have questions about the IRS, you can get a copy of my book, Deal with Your IRS Problem Today, to learn the secrets of solving your IRS problem and save your business, your marriage, and your reputation. Call 312-664-6649 or go to freeirsbook.com.
Don't be bogged down with a server in your own building, in your business. Turnkey IT can help you with that. All you have to do is go to turnkey.pro and find out all the details. But serverless networks do help you save money, increase productivity, and minimize the headaches by not having to purchase or maintain that local server in your building. You continue to have all the tools you rely on with Microsoft 365, including Outlook, Excel, PowerPoint, and more. And with Turnkey IT, guess what? Each user gets a terabyte of storage with all the files and folders stored, backed up, and ready to be shared securely within your organization. Can your business go serverless? Well, Turnkey IT is offering a free 5-point assessment to determine if your business qualifies. It just takes a few minutes. So visit turnkey.pro today. That's turnkey.pro. Turnkey IT, just like you, a locally owned business that understands the needs of other local businesses. They specialize in working with businesses that employ 5 to 200 employees. So leave the technical stuff to the pros so you can focus on what's important. Turnkey.pro. That's turnkey.pro.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy and this important research just in. University of Missouri.
Tigers. Zoo.
That's right.
Yeah, nieces that go there.
Dr. Qureshi, Adnan Qureshi, he was a professor of neurology at the University of Missouri in Columbia, looked at 5,900 adults over the age of 65, 10-year longitudinal study. Each participant underwent extensive health exams every 6 months. Subjects also periodically contacted and surveyed on any heart-related health incidents. Individuals who play golf at least once per month.
Yes. Survey says what?
Better shape. Lowers the risk of death in older adults.
Oh, that's good for my pops.
It is.
He's probably playing right now.
Over the course of the research, 8% of the golfers that were tracked suffered a stroke, 10% had a heart attack. Regular golfers had significantly lower rate of death in comparison to non-golfers, 15% versus 25%. The doctor said walking and low-intensity jogging may be comparable exercise. They lack the competitive excitement of golf. Regular exercise, exposure to a less polluted environment, and social interactions provided by golf are all positive for health.
Wait, you socialize while you golf? I think you just
don't,
kind of.
but other
you don't,
people
but
do.
you watch other people socialize as you take off.
That's right.
And chase down your ball, which
Yeah.
is walking, which is a great form of
Yeah.
exercise.
See, the good doctor at University of Missouri wants the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to include golf in its physical activity guidelines for Americans as a recommended physical activity, which is good because we need more. Well, we need more people playing golf, but more younger people, really. But it's fine if you're older and you want to play golf too. You should. Yeah. So there it is.
I want you to play golf with my dad. I think you guys would be done with 18 holes in about maybe 45 minutes.
I play fast, and I know he does too.
Oh, yeah, he don't mess around.
Yeah. Well, you can't. You only got so many rounds you get in before.
But he used to caddy too, like you.
The
He was
finger.
caddy.
That's the merciful finger. But here's the thing. Here's the thing about this. And this is just once per month we're considered regular golfers for the purpose of the study.
You're like once a week.
Well, I try to get more than that. I know your dad's like almost every day.
Every day.
That's above zero. So I mean, basically, your dad and I are probably going to live into our like mid 200s.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. That's
You better get used to this.
coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Why deficits still matter? Oh, boring debt and deficit stuff. Let's just spend. Brian Reidel from the Manhattan Institute joins us at 8:38.
And later, that cardboard cutout of Trump causing quite a controversy in Florida. We'll tell you why. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Skies are cloudy. There is sun in the forecast for the afternoon at 8:31. Massive job cuts are coming to HSBC due to sinking profits. Around 35,000 jobs will now be slashed over the next 3 years. A third of the bank's branches in the U.S. will close. The fight over special counsel Robert Mueller's Russia investigation may end up in court. President Trump ripped the probe in multiple tweets this morning that ended with him hinting at a possible lawsuit. The coronavirus death toll continues to rise, and the director of a hospital in Wuhan, China, is its latest victim. Li Jiming died this morning at the age of 51. That brings the total to over 1,800, with the vast majority of those deaths in mainland China. Former Chicago Public Schools teacher charged with sexually assaulting a 13-year-old boy last year is due in bond court today. Police say Sarah Damian abused the teen in a Logan Square home between January 15th and March 8th of last year. Authorities continue investigating after a 17-year-old boy was shot on Chicago's far north side. The teen shooting follows a weekend in Chicago where 11 children were wounded by gunfire. And a local construction company owner is accused of lying about his business being minority-owned in order to get nearly $3 million in contracts from the CHA. Federal prosecutors announcing last week that Lester Coleman had been indicted on 3 counts of wire fraud. Coleman owned Coleman Development. It is a certified minority-owned business. However, prosecutors say Coleman subcontracted nearly all work from 2010 to 2018 to a company that was not certified as a minority-owned business. Fighting Illini on the hard court in the Big Ten tonight, the men will battle 9th-ranked Penn State after dropping out of the latest college basketball poll. Last night, Notre Dame edged North Carolina in ACC action, 77-76. Tonight, Northwestern back at it, battling number 7 Maryland. The news a service of CVS, because when you're feeling under the weather, the last thing you want to do is hike to the pharmacy. So let CVS deliver your prescriptions. Visit cvs.com/delivery for details and treat yourself well at CVS. 8:33, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher has seen the worst from the left.
Rush Limbaugh announced yesterday he has been diagnosed with advanced lung cancer. If you had any doubt about how evil a lot of people are on the left, how vile and vicious and sick they are, you should take a stroll down social media and see some of the hideous things they've said about a 69-year-old man's cancer diagnosis.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature, changing the world one life at a time.
In my practice, I was getting to the point where I couldn't have the strength to see that many patients anymore. I was diagnosed with sarcoidosis. It really affected my breathing and the strength that I had. And I was introduced to the fruits and veggies. Just slowly, my strength started to come back. And it was because of the good nutrition. I can't say enough good for Balance of Nature and what it's done for me. And I recommend it to everybody.
Don't wait to see what getting over 10 servings of whole fruits and vegetables every day can do for you. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order of fruits and veggies. Start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-2468-751 or by going to balanceofnature.com and make sure to receive this special radio offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
Hi, I'm Dave Nissen, Managing Partner at Mueller CPA. For over 50 years, we have been honored to offer accounting, business, and financial advisory services to our valued clients. We also provide guidance to our clients to help them manage their success and wealth they have earned. We do that by offering retirement investment planning, estate planning, business planning, and insurance. Whether you are a business owner interested in investment strategies or business succession, or a young professional wondering what you need to do today to be financially prepared for tomorrow, it is never too late or early to start. Our team of dedicated professionals are passionate about helping you pursue your goals by educating and inspiring you to make wise financial decisions for yourself, your family, and your business. If you're interested in learning more, call me direct at 630-524-5274 or visit our website at MuellerCPA.com.
It's open enrollment season, and Medishare is a Christian healthcare sharing ministry that saves most families about $500 a month. Google Medishare and see if it is a fit for you.
It is 8:36 in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center. Here's Jim Telemonte.
The southbound tri-state has heavy delays this morning starting in Gurnee around Washington Street, and the delays continue to Atkinson Road. Looking south on the northbound side of the tri-state, traffic's heavy 87th, 47th, and very heavy from the Reagan Tollway to Irving Park. Reagan Tollway's okay right now. Northbound Veterans Memorial, traffic stop and go from Boughton to the Reagan Tollway, and farther north Army Trail to 290. Southbound 53 is by Palatine to Kirchhoff. Eden's 22 minutes, Lake Cook to the Junction. Kennedy 55 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, 31 from Montrose, 30 in the Express. Eisenhower an hour, 390 to downtown, 49 minutes from Wolf. Stevenson 50 minutes from 355 to Ryan, 44 minutes from 95th. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. In our 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center, Breezy and cloudy this morning, giving way to sun and clouds by the afternoon and a high of 38. Clear and colder overnight, low 15. Currently 37. Next news at 9. And Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. President Trump was out with a new ad that debuted during the Daytona 500 yesterday.
America is great, better than ever. Under President Trump's leadership, we are racing to new heights. Millions of new jobs, rising wages, record low unemployment, securing our border, protecting our country, and respecting our veterans. Most of all, we are proud to be Americans, proud of our country, our families, and our flag. God bless America. And the best is yet to come.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Still, it's a real good bet. The best is yet to come.
Now I'm not going to be singing this song all day like I did yesterday with that song.
I do like that because it makes me think of Sinatra. Maybe he should see if he could get the chairman's estate to authorize use of that song.
Oh, yeah.
The New Heights, though, is the name of the ad. And New Heights also with debt and deficits, trillions more in both categories. Is that a problem? I don't know. Econ courses I took at university seemed to indicate that it was. Even at Northwestern, I talking to one of the leading Keynesian economists of the time, Bob Eisner, even he wouldn't go quite as far as some of the economists of today are going, and is saying that, 20-some-odd trillion dollars in debt, another $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities, an annual $1 trillion deficits from Obama to Trump. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. We're in the days of easy money and low interest rates. What me worry? Well, Brian Reidel is a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute, former chief economist to Senator Rob Portman from Ohio, and staff director of the Senate Finance Subcommittee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Growth. He has penned a piece for the Manhattan Institute suggesting that debt and deficits still do matter, that the principles of economics are still in force.
We were having so much fun.
Yeah, well, you can offer a skeptical eye in reviewing his work. We're pleased to be joined by Brian Reidel now. Brian, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
Glad to be here.
So, yeah, we're here in Illinois, so, of course, we know that unfunded liabilities and borrowing against tomorrow to pay for yesterday is not a problem.
Well, we're good at it. We've mastered it.
Exactly.
We're varsity members here.
And the
okay?
people seem to like it. So, Brian, why not give the people what they want?
Because eventually the bill comes due. Right now, you hear a lot of people say, well, as long as interest rates remain low, the debt won't matter much. The problem is, even if interest rates remain low, we're about to be hit with $80 trillion in additional borrowing over the next 30 years. And that's if you assume peace, prosperity, low interest rates, and no new government programs. So the rosiest scenario possible is $80 trillion in additional debt over the next 30 years. In that case, even if interest rates never rise, the interest on a debt that big will still consume 42% of all federal taxes in 30 years. And if interest rates do rise, every point they go up will cost $11 trillion over 30 years. So you don't even have to assume a double tripling of interest rates to see how completely unsustainable the numbers are because of this massive deluge of debt that is going to continue growing.
Well, as my read of Milton Friedman, or as AOC calls him, Milton Keynes, when is that
Name assassinator. Okay?
That's sort of government spend and debt load crowds out private investment. But I'm being told by a lot of economists today that just simply isn't the case. So we can continue to grow in spite of this debt load that we're carrying. What's the truth?
Well, I think right now it's not really crowding out much investment. The world's awash in investment. But again, first I would say add $80 trillion in borrowing to the $20 trillion we have. I'm not so sure you can say that's not going to crowd out some investment. Additionally, I would say even if it doesn't crowd out investment, the point again is that it's still going to force up huge tax increases. Because again, even if interest rates remain low, the interest is it was 1.2% of GDP a couple of years ago. It's going to go to 7.6% of GDP in 30 years, even under low rates. You would have to either increase the payroll tax 18 percentage points or create nearly a 40% value-added tax just to pay the bill due to the rising costs, rising deficits, and rising interest. Rising interest costs.
And that, of course, assumes no structural changes, which is what you would argue for, that you need to right-size government or decide that you're going to tax at those levels if you want to finance the amount of government we have.
Exactly. And if you want to know what's driving the $80 trillion in borrowing, it's actually quite remarkable. According to the Congressional Budget Office, over the next 30 years, the Social Security and Medicare systems will run a $103 trillion shortfall, while the rest of the government will run a $23 trillion surplus. So if you're trying to figure out why we're being hit with this deluge of debt that might bury us, it's not complicated. Social Security and Medicare shortfalls, $103 trillion over 30 years.
So will Social Security be around when I need to collect Social Security?
2 years from now, it'll be
Hey. 20, 30 years from now?
Social Security will be around. It may not be around in the same form that people are expecting now. I would assume that at some point you're going to see a notably higher retirement age, some much slower growth of benefits, especially for those in the top earning half, and probably some significant tax increases in between because the current numbers just don't work.
Well, I'm certainly looking forward to that stellar 1% return I'm getting on my money with Social Security. I can't wait for that. Boy, I sure hope it's around.
Pay a phone bill. Maybe.
Yeah, that's a great investment vehicle that we've come up with. Thank you, FDR. You talk about interest rates a bit because of the impact it has on the debt load that we're carrying and the interest payments that need to be made. You suggest that there are some reasons to believe that despite what the Fed is doing, that there is coming pressure for interest rates to rise.
Yeah, I think interest rates are low right now. A couple reasons interest rates may rise is first off the debt itself. Again, debt raises interest rates, and even if it's being counteracted by other factors,
right.
The economic consensus is that when the debt gets that big, it'll raise interest rates about 3.5 percentage points. And the other factors that are lowering interest rates may not continue to lower them enough to balance that out. And in fact, some factors that might raise interest rates are things like the baby boomers drawing down savings. The more the baby boomers eventually retire, they draw down their savings, they draw down their 401ks. That means there's less savings out there in the economy and interest rates go up. Additionally, emerging markets could push up interest rates if they end up attracting investment that used to go to America. Any increase in economic growth or inflation could raise interest rates. And so I think it's really tough to say as debt creates more pressure on interest rates, you're going to need other factors to actually push it back down. They might actually be pushing it back up even further.
Now, we're talking a lot about the downside of debt and spending beyond your means. But I know from Nancy Pelosi, a noted economist, that unemployment benefits are stimulative. And I know from the Keynesian dogma that every dollar the government spends has a positive multiplier. So all of this stimulative impact of piling up debt, are you factoring that in?
There is nothing really stimulative about piling up debt. First, I always tell people who we think government is stimulative that, every dollar government injects into the economy must first be taxed or borrowed out of the economy. But even for a Keynesian economist, those things like unemployment are stimulative only temporarily during a recession. In a full employment economy or over the long term, those policies are not stimulative. And in fact, the policies that are creating the debt, Social Security, Medicare, and even new proposals such as Medicare for All, those are not going to increase economic growth because those are transfer payments. Those are financing current consumption. If you want economic growth, you need investment. And in fact, a lot of government investment spending, infrastructure spending, is probably going to be squeezed out by these transfer payments for health care, transfer payments for Social Security. We're essentially going into debt to finance current consumption rather than investment. This is not going to increase the economy, and it could actually squeeze the investment spending that we need.
I mean, as an old state senator friend of mine used to say about Illinois, which has been doing this for 50 years, is we're essentially paying for our mortgage with a credit card, right?
It's exactly what we're doing. And I know Illinois finance as well. My wife grew up in the Chicago suburbs, and I'm from Wisconsin. And I think we're seeing this a lot in Illinois with the pension problems. And eventually the bill comes due. You could only put off the day of reckoning for so long.
Well, I'll tell you what, we here in Illinois, in the land of Lincoln, are happy to hear that we've scaled the Illinois financial model nationally. Because it's wonderful for us here leading the nation in outmigration. We wonder why. Brian Rydell, senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute, former chief economist to Senator Rob Portman of Ohio, and staff director of the Senate Finance Subcommittee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Growth. Check out his piece on debt and deficits if you can stomach it. Manhattan Institute. I'll tweet it out. Brian, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Balance of Nature's fruit and veggie capsules contain 100% fine-ripened fruits and vegetables, tested pure with no pesticides, fillers, or additives of any kind, and are the most effective whole food supplements on the market today. Fruits and vegetables are on an average 85% water. Balance of Nature uses cold vacuum technology to remove the water, leaving only the whole food. Our cold vacuum technology maintains 99% of the fresh fruits and vegetables' original nutritional value. Don't wait to see what getting over 10 servings of whole fruits and vegetables every day can do for you. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order of fruits and veggies. Start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-2468-751 or by going to balanceofnature.com and make sure to receive this special radio offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
The American economy remains strong. Both business owners and employees are enjoying the benefits. Here at AM 560, we want to celebrate the businesses that are thriving. Are you business owners part of this great American success story? If so, we want to hear from you. Once again, we're taking our show on the road, and we'll be broadcasting from Chicagoland businesses enjoying success as they serve their customers and clients through the hard work of their employees. We want to hear your story, share your success, and find out what makes your business run.
Where are we going this Thursday?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know either.
You talk
well,
to,
we're going somewhere.
Talk to the boss
I'll talk
man.
to the Hefe.
This is our Signature Bank Business Tour, which we kicked off on, when did we kick it off?
Last Thursday.
Last Thursday.
At the Signature Bank headquarters in Rosemont.
That's correct.
I'm still absorbing how pretty the decor was there.
Nice digs.
I took a chandelier, just so you know. Well, I needed one for the house.
Sure. Yeah, as long as you open a checking account, I'm sure they'll overlook that.
Of course.
To submit your business for consideration, just go to bankbusinesstour.com. That's bankbusinesstour.com, and we might be broadcasting from your business where Amy will steal your chandelier in the near future.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. If you need windows, call the exterior experts.
Call Crumweedy.
Mark Olson and Greg Olson of Crumweedy. Well, they run a third-generation family business that's been doing Chicagoland exteriors now since 1953. And for them, it's all about trust, and they truly share your values. Why windows from Crumweedy. Now, Crumweedy windows are not offered anywhere else in Chicagoland. They are exclusive, and that's why they can offer a lifetime material and labor installation guarantee. A lifetime. That's a great investment for your home. Windows from Crumweedy are Energy Star rated, unlike most other windows. Also, the vinyl windows are 100% virgin vinyl. You're getting quality windows with a lifetime material and labor installation. Now, if your windows are needy,
Call Crumweedy.
630-595-8020. The name is not easy to spell. Just remember this. WindowsAreNeedy.com. WindowsAreNeedy.com.
People all over Chicagoland love their traditions, like going to the auto show. Well, here's another Chicagoland tradition. Going to Napleton after the auto show for some of the biggest savings around. Right now at Napleton Cadillac in Libertyville, buyers can save hundreds, even thousands, with auto show incentives on the huge Cadillac inventory in stock today. Napleton Cadillac in Libertyville. Napleton, second to none since 1931.
Actual patient testimonials results may vary.
The varicose veins and spider veins are hard to look at.
I wanted to hide my legs because they were all blue and spidery.
They feel like you're dragging bricks around.
At Vein Clinics of America, we want you to know you don't have to live with varicose and spider veins anymore.
It actually took my daughter pushing me to come into Vein Clinics of America, and I am so glad I came in.
If varicose and spider veins are forcing you to hide your legs, if you're tired of the pain and discomfort, we can help. For more than 35 years, Vein Clinics of America has been the leading expert in the minimally invasive treatment of vein disease, and most treatments are covered by your insurance.
I love Vein Clinics of America. It was absolutely the best I could have ever experienced.
My legs look beautiful, they felt beautiful, and I felt good inside.
Call now to see if you qualify for a free consultation. Call 800-769-5700. 800-769-5700. That's 800-769-5700.
When it's cold outside, you can dress for it. But when your furnace gives out, hey, a blanket fort can only do so much. So call your local 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning. We'll replace your old furnace with a new high-efficiency one. And that beats a bunch of blankets any day. Right now, cozy up to big savings on a complete heating system. Call 855-1-HOUR.
Your comfort is just a call away. Call 1 Hour.
Terms and conditions may apply. Call for details. Independently owned and operated. Licensed in the respective state or county.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hey all, this is Jim Carr, co-host of the #1 rated manufacturing podcast, Making Chips, and a customer of Signature Bank. If you're a crazy busy company owner like me, you know that success in business is all about relationships. While many banks call themselves a relationship bank, Signature knows how to do it right. They made the banking relationship easy and on my timeline. Their technology, coupled with the attention from my personal banker, made the transaction as effortless and seamless as possible. Much thanks to Signature Bank for supporting Car Machine and Tool when we needed it most. Bam.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, quick call for the conversation with our last guest about debt and deficits and entitlements like Social Security. Dave in Downers Grove.
Yeah, good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy.
Morning.
Hey, listen, I'm always surprised that the party of high taxes doesn't even come up with this idea. But why don't they just eliminate the cap and maybe up to 500,000 things stay the same? But after that, we have a graduated decrease in taxes on Social Security. Like 500 to 10 million, they pay 2%. 10 million on, they pay 1% into the Social Security fund. Wouldn't that solve everything?
Well, I don't know that that's, thanks for the call, Dave. I don't know that that's aggressive enough to deal with the unfunded liabilities. I mean, but remember, it's a multi-level marketing scheme, Social Security. Here's an idea. Why not just put people in charge of their own retirement?
Oh, so you do your own.
Why not?
Keep the money that you make and put it in a 401k.
Yeah, just have it.
Or invest it as every way you'd like.
Dedicated 401k. I mean, you know what the market return, the average market return since pre-Great Depression is?
What?
S&P? It's like 10%.
Oh.
Even ratchet it down. Even be more conservative. Cut it in half. You're still doing 5x what you're doing in Social Security. Why do you want the government that you don't trust to manage anything else managing a portion of your retirement? It's insane. It's not like you got one of these gold-plated defined benefit plans like the state of Illinois offers. So why don't people just say, you know what? I just roll the money that I'm paying into the system into a retirement account that I control. Why is that so frightening? I don't understand.
All right, real quickly, I want to tell you about Neil. This guy named Neil Gibson. He lives in Florida, and he goes to dialysis for 3 hours, and it's a long time. 3 hours, 3 days a week, and his family's not allowed to sit with him for a long time.
Trying to make his kidneys great again?
Exactly. So he tried to, bring something from home that was comforting, and he started out with an 8x10 photo of President Trump to comfort him, and nobody said anything.
It just feels like bringing something from home to make me feel comfortable.
He says he then started bringing a miniature, like a little cardboard cutout of him standing next to a photo of the president. And again, no one complained. He says some people even took photos of the photo. But last Saturday, he brought a life-size cutout of President Trump standing next to him and sat with him for 3 hours.
They told me it was too much and it wasn't a rally.
And so, they let him bring it one day, and then they said, no, you can't bring it in because of safety reasons. Here's his son.
It was supposed to be an issue of safety, infectious disease, which made no sense.
Gibson.
Sure. Life-size cardboard cutouts are a known transmitter
But it's
of
cute. He's got
disease.
Trump shoes. He's got a Trump hat. He just feels comforted by President Trump. And this is what he needs. Everybody brings in their own stuff. This is what he has to go through. He sits next to this woman who's got the little bubble wrap.
She brings in the bubble wrapping that you put in boxes. And for 3.5 hours, she's pop, 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 pop. That's very nerve-wracking. See, I don't do anything like that. I sit there quietly. It sits near me, and that's it.
Poor guy. I think President Trump should give him a surprise visit.
I think the real story has less to do with the cardboard cutout of President Trump and the blow-up doll of Melania.
That's so bad. Thanks so much for making this part of your morning. Thanks to Justin Kosick, our technical producer, and Quinn McCarthy, who is... he's in the business of selling cardboard cutouts of President Trump. We're back here bright and early tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Now let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
A former CPS teacher is charged with sexually assaulting a teenage boy. A 17-year-old boy critically hurt in a Northside shooting. Cubs reach a deal with Hulu to air marquee sports network on that channel. Number nine Penn State taking on the Fighting Illini tonight in Big Ten hoops. WIND Chicago News Time, 9 o'clock.
If he wasn't president, he'd be suing everyone. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Then again, another Trump tweet right after in all caps.
Yeah, I'm suing you.